This is my mom.
God bless you.
This is what she's doing.
God bless you.
She has been suffering right from my primary school, right from when my dad left us. This is what my mom do to raise me to this point I am.
There's no place in Dutch. I still need to do this. There's no escape. You don't come out. How are you? It's not passive. Yes,
Yes,
Minister, I would like to interject. This monologue is quite long. So, at first, Minister, after you had gone to report me in front of President Tinubu and said all sorts, anyway, I am not beholden to you. My job is accountability.
You're too small for me to report you to the president.
No, but they are
You're too small
Minister,
for me to
Minister,
report you to
Minister,
the
let me
president.
speak. Minister,
Minister,
Minister, let me speak. I have empirical evidence. The world watched it on the commissioner of the project when you mentioned the questions I asked you to the president. That was reporting me to the president officially. The world watches, so you don't need to dilly-dally about the empirical facts. I don't talk without facts, Minister. You know, when I have my facts, I talk. And I insist on my question when I ask on cost.
Let me only address you.
Minister, you will not allow me speak. The problem is you will not allow me speak. You spoke for over 20 minutes, over 10 minutes.
Because you don't know what you are speaking.
But let me speak. Let me speak. You will not.
What your profession is.
You will not allow me speak. You see, if you can just keep quiet and be calm and just allow me speak, I'll be happy. All right. So my question still persists as regards the cost per kilometer. You cannot tell me that we don't have a right to know the cost per kilometer. Even if it's an undulating landscape, give us all the facts and the details of the cost per kilometer. That's all we'll ask for. Other questions as regards the loans taken. Let me finish.
No, I will keep quiet for you to damage information.
Let me finish.
Listen to me.
Minister, you will not allow me to speak. The minister will not allow me to speak.
No. Don't do that with me.
Minister will not allow me to speak.
I was in your studio.
Minister will not allow me to speak.
And when the first section was on, and I ran the figures. And what you're asking us is 750 kilometers of coastal highway. We should tell you cost per kilometer. So you multiply by 750. That's nonsensical.
No, so tell me the cost per kilometer. There's nothing too hard for you to tell me that figure. You've not still told me that figure. So I was right on that point. The second point...
Because you don't understand anything.
The second point I'm trying to make is
You don't understand anything. I'm a professor in this field.
Okay.
You don't understand anything.
What university gave you professorship in this field?
And you cannot ask me to tell you a cost.
What university gave you professorship in engineering? I didn't know you were Professor Mai, Minister. I didn't know. So... Please,
I'm professor in practice.
In practice.
I'm professor in practice. Okay. I understand engineering very well.
So secondly,
and you have no knowledge of what you're asking.
If you will let me...
You have no knowledge.
If you will let me ask questions.
You keep quiet.
Okay.
And then stop, you know...
Minister, it's all right. Keep dignifying yourself and let the world see you for who you are. If you allow me speak, the other 100 kilometers that you said they've added to it, we would like to know the cost per kilometer of that one. And the Winsome Homes, the case is in court. Now, I would like to know the cost per kilometer for that one. I would like to also know The over 700 billion first tranche of loan you guys got for this project, has the money been spent? How was the money deployed? I would also like to know. I would also like to know the terms of that loan. All right? How many years? What's the payback period? What's the payback moratorium of that loan? And for the Winsome Homes, isn't it interesting that as somebody that's been a governor in the state, you know the law, a case is in court, and then you're coming to talk about the details of the cases in court. Because you denied that the case was not in court. Now you've already accepted that the case is in court. So is it not just better you thrash it out with the woman that has been reporting a case in public that we all heard, and I ask you questions based on that? So, Minister, just answer the questions. I've got no axe to grind with you. You know that. We've spoken many times. In fact, when your people called to book, I booked them, and I said you should come on air. So please just tell us those information. It's very important, Minister.
An open declaration in court where he said, give me 5 minutes if I'm released, I'm going to end the violence in the Southeast. He made the declaration in court last year. What does you want from him? And you are the government, at any rate, you have a duty to protect the public. It's not his job to protect the Southeast or the Southwest. But the truth is that I have said this, and I'll repeat again. If you are a Nigerian, you can get away with a lot of things. But if you are Igbo, Nigerian, you can't get away with a lot of things. Yes,
But you're not getting
the odds
you're
are,
not getting away with much.
yes, but the odds are stacked against you because you're coming with zero, and they will do to you. I mean, it was in this country that there's a Yoruba nation movement. They even went and hijacked a radio station last year. Did you hear of any trial? Did you hear of any arrest? I'm not using that. I'm not saying that that should not be the case, but we must tell ourselves the truth. That it just doesn't look good that the Igbos are marginalized in every sector, including in the justice sector. To get a trial wrapped up in 10 years, is that so difficult to do, especially when you claim that you have evidence that this person has committed these grievous crimes. Nothing has been done. There's nobody who's been presented as a witness. The only witness that was presented in this case did not accuse him of any crime. He didn't say he found a gun on him or he was importing ammunition or weapons or had a grenade. He just said, well, he was making declaration that he wants Biafra. And I've checked the Nigerian Constitution, 1999 Constitution. There's nowhere it is stated that it's a crime to say that you want Biafra.
Yeah. Well, another Southerner will get a chance. That will be in another 12 years. 12 years plus your age now. You'll be in your 80s. No, I'm 65. Yeah, for 12 plus 12.
What will I be?
You'll be like 78 or close to 80.
President Trump is 79.
So you still can be president
Yes,
at
of
79.
course. If I'm healthy, if God give me life and good health. The question is not age. The question is competency. What is in my brain I need to deliver? It's not when or where. It is how ready you are.
You think that the Igbo should support Peter Obi? Maybe the aspiration of an Igbo man.
Let me be honest with you. I'm a member of APC, and I don't want to discuss Peter Obi. I've told you this before in this channel. I don't want to discuss Peter Obi for any reason. Not for anything, because I don't want to discuss him. You can ask me about the leader of my party, I will answer you. Whether the question is right or wrong, I will answer you.
Each time I mention Peter Obi, you become suddenly uncomfortable.
No, because I don't want to discuss him. I've told you before, Sean. Any day you want to discuss Peter Obi with me, give us 2 hours. You be in the model, keep him there and keep me here. And we'll be able to sort it out. This is what I've
Peter
told you.
Obi, he wasn't even your generation of governor.
No.
He wasn't your class of governor. All of a sudden, does it look because he's now looking like a leader of the Southeast?
No.
Politically speaking.
It's not my leader. It's not my. I am the most important politician from that zone. I have won 2 states before of PPA. I have run for president before. My 4.9 million vote is still there. It's 2007. And we achieved a lot with PPA. We had ministers, we had ambassadors, We have all kinds of appointments with President Yaradua. And you cannot be telling me anybody can run for president. But what I want to tell you, I want you to discuss issues that concern.
Because, I mean, Peter Obi seems to be the most popular Igbo man.
No, why don't you
politically speaking?
No, you are making if you're in Labour Party, keep it to yourself.
Who?
You.
I'm not a politician.
No, listen to me.
Over what they described as an insulting interview with the Minister of Works, Dave Umahi. They accused the journalist of trying to embarrass and undermine Umahi, a former governor of Ebonyi State, who now oversees key federal infrastructure projects. Afia TV correspondent Chijoke Njoko now reports.
The protest followed a heated exchange between Senator Umahi and Mr. Osani during a Rise TV interview. The minister reportedly asked to be allowed to speak, but Osani's sharp response draws criticism from viewers. Protesters marched through the major street of Abakaliki with placards accusing Osani of disrespecting the minister. Some of the placards read, Senator Umahi is a competent and trusted in civil engineering. Arise TV and Rufai Osani must apologize now, and ABC and BOM must act against media misconduct. The group leader Damian Ono expressed disappointment over Umahi's treatment on live television, saying Osani's misconduct was not only disrespectful but also amounted to media ambush.
That young man, Rufai Husseini, had the effrontery in his nerve, the stimulating force, the guts to ask Dave Umahi to keep quiet. Who gave him the told him to keep quiet in the face of the whole world? As if that was not enough, he accused him of reporting him to Mr. President. Who is Rufai for God's sake? For them with all the time he's spending from state to state, from local government to local government, all the nooks and crannies of this nation, making sure that those are done according to stipulation. So he will have time to go and be discussing small Rufai with Mr. President. As if that was not enough. Let me understand that. We are gathered here to make a demand. A demand, firstly, that Rufai Husseini of Arise Television and Arise Television as an organization, they are given 24 hours to tender non-reserve apology to our God-given leader. He is the father of the governor of Ebonyi State.
Free Nnamdi Kanu protest for us, we go. Sowore challenge you, that will be Soludo. Sowore challenge you, Apari Biale Soti. Sowore challenge you, Peter will be show walking. Talkie, you don't do today. Soludo show walking. Our mumu you don't do today. Apari they show walking. Talkie, you don't do today. Alesoti show walking. Our mumu you don't do today. Talkie, you don't do. Una go dey for corner, then yumu on top Nnamdi Kanu, where they abduct them from Kenya down to Nigeria, which is illegal. Because no gree free ya, Buhari no free ya, Tinubu no one free ya. Hey, fakey love una dey show Nnamdi. Oh yeah, time don't come. Sowore don't set challenge. This is time for action. Sowore challenge you. That will be Soludo. Sowore challenge you.
Some of this rally make my blood pressure go up.
So you should get a filter sometimes, filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication.
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonaba? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like Paul and some of you guys that after the February something, And then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
you
not
took my
going
time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming. I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend Nigeria.
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uncle, right? I have the right to address Sowore the way I like. You don't know what Sowore did to me. So learn to control your emotion, right? That's the only thing I'm going to tell you. But if you don't want to control your emotion and you insult me here, I'm going to insult you 100%.
Okay.
You understand? You cannot insult me on a normal ground. Physically, you can't insult me, right? I will treat you like a child. If you insult me physically, I will handle you like a child. I don't care your age. Do you understand? You are powerful over the camera, so you can say whatever you want to say, but you can't yet say it to me physically. You understand? I will handle you like a kid. I'm not joking. You understand? So learn to control your emotion. You understand?
Okay.
Please don't take him out. I also have a right to respond because you mentioned my name. There's no need to take him out. All you have to do is to meet them or something. And you're taking too long to admonish them.
Comment.
What did you say?
Comment.
I know, but he mentioned my name, so I'm asking to respond to him.
When he gets your time, then you make up.
No. He mentioned my name.
If you want to make it rowdy, I will take you out.
Take me out, you son of a bitch. Take me out. You think you're a big boy because you're moderating.
Take him out, please.
Hello, come on. Don't use such word now.
Don't forget, that state is now oil producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a character like Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him 1 second.
Do not defend a character like Yabelo. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before. Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Have Your Say 247. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. Today is October the 11th, 2025. Tomorrow, there will be elections for president in Cameroon. Most of you may not have noticed, but they have an election coming up tomorrow in Cameroon. Paul Biya, who has been president forever, is running again. He hasn't been seen at the campaign events anywhere in Cameroon, but his cardboard image has been campaigning for him. Take a look. right, that's from the Cameroon. We have it on strong authorities that Paul Biya will win the election tomorrow, even though he didn't show up. Meanwhile, around the world, we know that the Nobel Peace Prize was awarded on, I think it was yesterday, to Venezuela's leader of the opposition who has been in hiding, Maria Machada. She won. She defeated Donald Trump, President Donald Trump of the United States, who has been campaigning for this prize. And a lot of people are trying to make excuses why Trump did not win, but he just didn't win. From reports we had that he called the winner and said congrats to the woman. And now there are controversies over the choice, even the choice of the opposition leader. A lot of people are accusing her of being a white nationalist. We will talk about that and all the other issues going on across the world, including the closing of the government, shutdown of the government here in America. It's in the second week, and there is no hope that it might end soon. In Nigeria, we have a new INEC chairman. Of course, he will be the most important person in the election coming up in 2027. Anybody in that position will receive fire from all sides, and it's already coming out to the professor, deputy vice chancellor of University of Jos. Everything is under question, including his CV. We're going to touch on that and how he's going to do the job of conducting the most important election in a generation. We say that all the time, but this one is very important. Meanwhile, in Nigeria, Sowore is leading a campaign to march to Aso Rock to free Nnamdi Kanu. And that's putting a lot of politicians, especially those from the southeast, in very difficult position in terms of what they are going to do. Are they going to join the march? Are they going to stay away? So we're going to discuss that in that frame. Already there is a support from Atiku Abubakar is supporting Sowore, and Abaribe, Senator Abaribe is also saying that he will join the march, which will happen, I think, on the 20th during the anniversary of the protest that happened some years back, 2020. What else in the news? We know that Hamas and Israel, they've agreed to a ceasefire, and they are going to begin to exchange prisoners and hostages and things like that. So finally, there might be peace in the Middle East. I don't know how long it's going to last. Everybody is weighing in, and we hear from you. On this program, what we do is that we throw out the topics. We want to hear you, your view. We give you the chance. This is not one of those shows where we sit down and tell you what to think and what is going on. We want to hear your views on what is going on. That's why we call it Have Your Say 247. So thank you so much for joining us, those who are in the comment section. I'm seeing your comments, those who are already in the studio, and those who are watching at home. We appreciate you. Again, my name is Rudolph Okonkwo. Thank you. All right, so let's go to people who are here. Of course, we have James. James is always the first to come in, and Femi is here. Femi, welcome.
How you doing, sir? Good evening.
Nice to see you. James, thank you so much for being here, as always.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, James. All right, so I mentioned a few...
The line is muffled.
My line?
Please, I want to relocate.
Okay.
No, my line is muffled. I want to relocate.
Okay, all right.
I'll be with you less than 10 minutes.
Okay. Femi, welcome to the show.
How you doing, Dr. Damages? Good morning.
Yeah, how are you doing?
Quite well. Another interesting week, always full of...
Yes. Has the world been like this, or is it that we pay too much attention?
Someone at my job told me a long time ago, an older person told me that apparently the influence of social media and a lot more availability of media across the board has made it look as if things were not happening back then as well. But I also think when you consider the fact that things like increase in population, the spiraling of population growth, and again, the general awareness that's come to the fore has played a part. I think there's differences. There's obviously differences, and people no longer even know how to resolve issues anymore as well. For as an example, so I tend to think it's only getting worse, irrespective.
Yeah, you're right. I think social media is one of those reasons why we feel overwhelmed with stories and news. One small thing will come up and you get to hear it 10 times in 1 hour. I gave you.
It's going to get worse with AI and all kind of deep fakes and all kind of opinions. You don't even know what's real or what's fake anymore. Everybody's a journalist now too.
That's a good point. Everybody's a reporter. Yes, everybody's a reporter. And talking about that, the issue with Rufai Oseni and Minister David Umahi has been quite interesting. A lot of people are weighing in, and it's one of those things we are going to touch on. But I'll come to you to get your view on any story that is important to you that I skipped. Pansat, welcome to the show. You look nice. You look younger. Did you shave or something for the show? You look nice. I'm happy to see you.
You too. Hello, Femi.
Sure.
I've boycotted your show for a little bit, so
I didn't notice. Why?
Rejuvenation for me.
No, wait. What happened? Why? I didn't notice. You should give me a lot when you want to boycott so that we pay. And I was talking about you just last week.
I heard. I even though I'm not in the panel, I like the show. I like the comment section.
Okay.
And let me say that it's good to see you and all your efforts and all the work you're doing. Let me ask you one thing right now. I want you to be honest with me.
Okay.
Rudolph.
Okay.
Are you a Sowore supporter?
Why do you ask that question? We are reporters, so we ask questions. So I'm surprised you're asking me a question. Why do you ask that question? Tell me.
It's just so that I will know where you're coming from.
If there's any reason why you think I am, tell me. I don't know. I don't support any politician. Shehu just said that when Oji Zokalo asked him, "Are you a Labour Party member?" Why do people think that way? Tell me. I want to understand.
Okay. I hope you don't take it out of my time.
No. We've not started. We are just having a banter now. Go ahead.
Because we're human beings, right?
Yes.
And we have our biases, no matter how much you try to be unbiased, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when you have editorial content, where you get to choose what the topics are.
Yes.
You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So it would seep in. For example, Sowore, as you know, is maturing here. I gave him some advice last night.
You did?
Not by telephone or something like that.
Oh, okay.
I wrote some advice for him.
Okay.
And I'm saying
Are you the one that suggested that he should lead this campaign to free Nnamdi Kanu?
No.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Yeah, I did suggest, and I did write to Atiku to.
Wow, you are up there. We should make you the guest. Femi, can you give us space? I'm just kidding.
No. So let's be a little focused. What I'm saying now, this is not just talking. I want to know if you're a Sowore supporter. It's going to be enlightening everybody. You should tell us why Sowore over Peter Obi, for example, because you're friends with both. You like Sowore, you worked with him before. You like Peter Obi because he's from your state, for one thing, and he's inerrant pretty much. So what you need to do, because we need to take our country back, you can't be strictly a journalist. We have to rescue the country. All hands have to be on deck.
Hold on.
Femi, I hope you follow what I'm saying.
Pastor, hold on. Someone has said this. It's only journalism that people tell them how to do their job. You don't go to a doctor's office and say to the doctor, you cannot be giving Panadol to everybody that comes in here. But in journalism, people tell them how to do their job.
Au contraire, if you go to your doctor and you don't tell your doctor, 90% of what the doctor does should be what you tell him. Do you understand?
Mm.
So a lot of people go to a doctor and they don't want to do that. I suggest that when you go to the doctor, you have to be candid and honest and tell him what you feel. Do you understand?
No, you tell him what's wrong with you. He will recommend what you should do. You have the right to say, I don't want to do this. I don't want to take this pill. But you are not going to tell them, I want this pill. If I'm a doctor, I'm not going to give you the pill you want. I give you what I think is going to help you. But if you don't want that, it's up to you not to take it. And that's what we do in journalism. We don't tell you, like in this program, I'm not telling you what to believe.
Okay, but with the knowledge.
Hold on, Pastor. And what we're doing now is we do this every week. It's intentional. I'm saying to you, give me other stories I missed that I don't think are important. I may not even know. So, which is something unique. I'm giving you the chance to be part of the editorial team. You know what I mean? That's what we're doing.
I know, but listen, don't gloss over what we're talking about. A doctor, when it comes to treatment, right? When it comes to treatment, yeah, he gets to talk. When it comes to diagnosis, for example, right? You, as a patient, you have a lot. You have to be able to tell the doctor what you ate.
What if I don't know? Oh, yeah, of course. Those are basic things.
We're hot, right?
Yeah, those are basic things. Yeah, for him to be able to do his job. But now, not for me to tell him his job. Oh, I want this blue pill. I don't know the name, but they say that he does this. Can you give it to me?
No. Since you've stipulated that, that's where we are now. I'm trying to find out from you.
Yeah.
Right? The doctor. I'm trying to find out from you.
So let me tell you. I know where you're going. Let me tell you. Let me help you.
Yeah,
if Tinubu will answer my phone call today, I'll be his friend. If I can call Tinubu and he will answer, we talk. I saw that a CNN reporter was texting Trump, and they were talking about what Trump was texting back to him. If Tinubu will answer my text, if I have his number, I'll call him. So there's no relationship to the point that I cannot talk to any of these people. If Atiku will answer me, I'll call Atiku. You understand? So it's not.
I agree.
My job is not to isolate somebody who is a player in the Nigerian scene because you don't like him.
Okay.
For me, my job is to bring people to express their view to the Nigerian people.
We're not talking in the abstract, right?
Yeah.
So when you get Tinubu on the phone, where you and I agree with you. You should get him on the phone, but you shouldn't call him up and say, "Hey, look, you're doing a fantastic job," right? I'm saying that when you get him on the phone, you're supposed to say, "Hey, look, this is high inflation here. This is this." Be able to talk to him, elucidate the problems of the Nigerian people. It's not, nobody's against you calling him on the phone. It's what you say.
So where did I say? Hold on now. Where did I say anything to P2B or Sowore that is making you uncomfortable? Because I don't talk to Atiku, I don't have his number. I don't talk to Tinubu, I don't have his number. But even P2B, I don't call him unless the time I called him to come here. So where did you hear? What is worrying?
No. I'm not accusing you of any of that. You're a good actor, right? Or let's not talk about could be things that you do inadvertently, right?
Okay.
The mistake you make. You're not inherent, right? We love you. You're good and all that, but you're not inherent. Now I know you have a show to do, and others want to chime in and see that James has fixed his stuff. All I'm saying is that when you bring a guest, like you brought one of our favorite guests here, Barrister. Now that's when I did tell you about your show on that day, right? You brought Barrister here, and I was telling him he had come here to say that he's going to support Atiku for the election. I don't know if you recall that show.
Yeah.
Do you recall?
Yeah.
Okay. So I was able to turn him around on this show. Would you agree with that as well?
I don't remember what you did. I know you intervened. I don't know whether you turned him around. I think at the end, my own perception of what happened, at the end, he said, he will continue to hold his view. You hold your own. And that's what most analysts who are objective, and that's what they do.
All right, but in order for you to make that statement, you have to go back and see what he's done since he was here. I believe, and I've monitored what he's done, was to go back.
Oh, I've not followed him. I moved on. There are many things I do.
I could tell you that he's a valiant, he's a warrior for the truth, right? He's a good guy.
So now he changed. He switched sides.
Back to what he was, which is to be for the best candidate, right? he did not switch sides. He went back to supporting Peter Obi for president.
Okay, that's good. Then we should bring him back. I'll bring him back so that he will explain to us what happened.
Thank you. Thank
Don't
you.
worry about that. I'll get him to come back.
Okay, I will yield because I've spent a lot of time on the tangent. Let me go ahead and yield, and then we continue.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Pastor. All right, Mr. James, welcome to the show.
Yes, thank you. I'm sure you can hear me now.
We can hear you. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I frankly don't know where you are.
No, we just want to know if there is anything that is of concern to you that I didn't mention. Obviously, I can't mention everything, but I just want to know what you're following.
Something happened in Benin City.
What happened?
You know, this Yaloja business and the Yeki something, the urban market in Benin City was set on fire.
Oh, I didn't know that. When?
This week, I can't remember the exact date. It was set on fire. The market is just adjacent to the Oba's Palace.
Wow.
Just a road. They used to call it Plymouth Road. I don't know what they call it now. This will be also separating the palace from the market. The market was set on fire.
Was that the first time?
It should be the first time. Although markets have been set on fire.
Yeah, I can tell you, like Onisha market is almost every year. Something will happen.
That very market is a special market. It's a market of markets.
Wow.
I mean, it's a prime traditional market. Yes, in Benin City. It was set on fire in the midst of this crisis. I'm not accusing anybody, but that is what happened.
Okay. All right. I'll remember that, and if we have a way to put it in our conversation, we will. All right. Thank you, Mr. James. Femi, anything you want to add?
Yeah, out of the myriads of news that one could look at, in addition to what you mentioned, I don't know if you noticed the AI campaigns for President Paul Biya, which hopefully we get to discuss about. But in addition to that, something that was of interest to me, maybe on the positive side, is the new Ogun Airport, which looks like the first proper airport I've seen in a while in Nigeria, that had its first inaugural flight on Tuesday, the ValueJet.
Oh.
I don't know if you saw that. But in any case, maybe to about the same extent, although on the negative, that medical doctor, army guy that got burnt alive by his wife in, was it in Port Harcourt as well? That was also something that seemed to have made the news to an extent. And of course, the big bat between IMF and the Nigerian government on where the health of the country stands. I mean, it's ironic that the same IMF...
Is the IMF or World Bank?
World Bank, rather. I mean, both the Bretton Woods institution, they work in tandem. It's like, it's five. They're 5 and 6. They're the same to me, irrespective. So anyway, the back and forth between them and the Nigerian government, and how ironic it is that it's the same institutions that we teach African countries, for example, that yet borrow things like the local parlance. They'll teach us what to do, and then they'll turn around and tell us we're not doing certain things well. Maybe just because not tough enough.
Can you hear me, Rudolph?
Hold on, Femi, hold on. Yeah. We can hear you, Pansat, but there's noise where you are. Okay, try again. Let me see. Pansat. All right. Hold on, Pansat. Let's Femi finish. I'll come back to you. Femi, go ahead.
Okay, and then what seems to be a brewing impasse between Wike and his chairman right now. Apparently, that also seems to be something that I'm beginning. Initially, when I saw it on Sahara, I was like, maybe Rudolph and his people have come again. But it seems to be something that's subtly making the news across the media space. I think I even saw it on one of the international news media. I can't be too specific now. And of course, that's in regards to the new INEC Chairman. Apparently, he wanted someone different from who they eventually came up with. And basically, I'll just maybe something I also wanted to mention, because apparently this is not something that has been making as much news as it should make. Recall when all of a sudden we woke up one day to the news that we wanted to change the curriculum to the point where you wanted to produce people that had skills. weeks down the line now, they're suddenly realize that they don't have the teachers, they don't have the manpower, they don't even have the equipment for these things. I find it really ironic, but it's the piece that I've been following, and it's I don't think it's making as much news as it should. But I read a piece about it recently as well. But that's where I'll land for now.
All right, thank you. Pansat, can you hear me?
Yeah, I wanted to say there's one little item that. Yeah, I could hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. There is delay and there's echo from your end. I think you have
we kind of have a connection issue, but let me say this quickly. Number one, the thing you missed is that Dangote, there's an article on Sahara Reporters where Dangote was busted importing fuel. And he's come out to say that it's not really fuel that he's importing, it's some kind of a mixture, mixing fuel, but it's not really the one that goes all the way to the market. It has the high sulfur content. As you know, I've come here and I've contended that refinery did not pass inspection, that our inspectors went out there, they looked at it, and they said that refinery was only 45% complete, and that it's making inferior products, and that it was unlicensed. And then he went into gear to have those people removed from office, and then he started doing what he's doing, and then he fired all the refiners, people who work for his refinery, right? So now, he had a guy come here, that's why I brought it to your attention. He had a guy come here who's like a PR guy for him, pretending to be an economist that is neutral. Now, I would say this, and I'll leave it alone. I don't think it's part of your show today, but it should be, because I believe that Dangote is like 99% of our problem. One of the problems I have dealing with Nigerians is that they're so backwards. So, I mean, their thinking is like 30 years backwards. So you have to wait for another generation, and then you start discussing the issue of Dangote. We, Biafrans, in the 60s, we went to war over the issues we have today. So you don't see anybody come and say, oh, you know what? We're sorry. We were wrong. We should have tackled these politicians and these soldiers at that time. But it's been like 60 years now. And the protagonists of that war, his people are now in the IDP camps, and others from that area, and basically the whole country are now going through what we were going through then. So if you start talking about what's going to stem the problem 30 years from now, they don't want to hear it. It's like you're picking on one of their stars or something like that. So that's what I have to say, and I'm gonna be gone. I'll listen to the show like I normally do from the comment section. Thank you very much. I appreciate everybody.
All right, thank you, Pansat. Let me play this video of Dangote speaking, and this is something that Nigerians should pay attention to. Watch.
To be the second largest importer of cement in the world. And now we have reversed it. Nigeria now exports cement more than any other African country. We built from the zero level to the second largest plant of fertilizer in the world. So Nigeria now, not only we actually export 37% of our fertilizer to the United States of America. Again, in terms of petrochemical, Nigeria imports about 350,000 polypropylene. Now we have addressed that issue. It's not going to happen again. We'll export, not only that we'll meet the local demand, we'll export 600,000 out of the country to serve all the other African countries. And, you know, we went on and said, okay, fine. What's the highest, biggest capacity of refinery that has ever been built in the world?
Right.
By Saudi Aramco, which is 430,000 barrels. We said that let us do what has never ever been done before. That is to do 650,000 barrels per day. And we have delivered. So when we have done all these successes in business, there's no way we will not be able now to do this in health. And what we need to do is to make sure that we stop this health tourism. And we should now get into producing our own drugs. We should now make sure that when you are sick, you don't have to travel abroad. All of us, including myself, if we are sick, we shouldn't now. But we need to do partnership with Bill and other people.
All right, that is Dangote proposing to do for cement and petrol what to do for health what he did for cement and petrol. All right, I know, Pansat, you made me play that video. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, do you have access to Sahara Reporter's website? I mean, let's say X account, because he had an article there yesterday that busted Dangote importing fuel, right, from Phillips 66. That's a cargo. Now, I spent a lot of time going through with Grok, which is an AI, which confirms that he's actually an importer. He's been fighting this importer so that he be a sole importer. He's not refining anything. So, in that article, if you could put it up, I could read it fast, because he's a liar. There's nothing he said there. That stuff you played now, which is all this PR, he's running his mouth, talking nonsense every day, only to be sucked in. All right. So in 2021, he sold Nigerian government 20% of a stake of 20% to us. At that point, he said it was a $9 billion refinery. So Nigeria went and borrowed $1.2 billion and gave to him in cash, then plus the crude, right? So he turned around now. He's fired the workers there, the drivers. He's delivering those things himself. But the major thing I want to talk about is you go to Sahara Reporters, put up the article, let me read it really fast to show that he's importing fuel with high sulfur content.
So, Pansat, there's a technical issue I have. On the computer I use, I don't go to websites so that they don't infect. I've been having problems with.
No, X is good. Just go to X.
I don't even log on X on that computer. I just for this broadcast. But if I knew you were going to do this, just send it on a private chat to me. The link I can show you later. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I've not read that. And for those, Femi, you mentioned you were talking about me and Sahara Reporters. I don't work for Sahara anymore, so you know. So it's not like I'm part of the production. I don't know what is going on there. So I just want to correct that.
But you do have a weekly column there now, right?
No. Okay. That's another issue. My column is published by People's Gazette, but it's syndicated to Sahara and other platforms, not just Sahara. There are so many other places. So that's how it is. All right. We have to start the show. I saw KJ. KJ, where are you? Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph. It's good to be here. It's good to see Pansat. Good to see Mr. James and Femi. Femi, it's good to see you. And
all right.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
So we just went around to talk about, possibly issues that people are concerned about. What are you looking at this week that we didn't mention?
Maybe the Senate President's remark on the Christian genocide going on in Nigeria. His remark was quite remarkable as a Christian. And
what did he say?
He said that he was comparing IPOB to the genocide going on. That can you say that is genocide also, because what IPOB is doing in the East? You see, every time they have an opportunity, they want to let us know that they always pander to using the poster boy IPOB and the East as yardstick to measure their failures. And I felt so insulted that he could phantom that kind of idea before the national press that the Igbos are also part of the a terrorist group in Nigeria. It beats my imagination how somebody can compare a freedom fighter or somebody asking for justice for his people to that of the insecurity going on in Nigeria. So that's what I think. And of course, the shutting down of the guy who tried to present Nnamdi Kanu's issue in the National Assembly. This happened on the same week. First of all, it was at the House of Reps, and then the House of Senate, where the Akpabio now made this very, very, I don't know how to call it. It's not even, these people who are leading Nigeria are just all daft. That's the truth. I don't know how you compare what the movement is doing in the East with that of what's going on in the North. Yes,
All right.
that's.
Okay, so you were talking about the guy, and I saw that video at the National Assembly who was speaking about, who tried to bring up the issue of Nnamdi Kanu, and he was shut down. Do you know
Yes.
Do you know
His
the
name
name?
is a senator representing Nnamdi Kanu's region. His name is, his name came into my mind just now. But he has been the one going to court almost on every court session with Nnamdi Kanu. He's always there.
Shut me down. You also have the right.
Honorable,
It is important, Mr. Speaker, that this House
only when your
takes
privilege
cognizance
is compromised
of the issue of Nnamdi Kanu.
that you can bring it up. And I thought that particular position is talking in respect of instances where the issues is beyond your control. But this is not what a letter from you to from yourself to me.
Yes, sir. The
when
letter
you
is
have,
here,
as a member,
Mr. Speaker.
direct access to come to my office and seek for explanation.
Mr. Speaker,
Why?
I've been
Why
to
do
your
you have
office.
to go through this?
I've been to your office to seek the Speaker.
Please.
Excuse me, sir. Can you read the order book, Rule 6 and subsection 2, to know that Honorable Obi Agocha, I represent the great people, Mr. Speaker, of Iguano, Umaya North and Umaya South Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm an Abia man. Mr. Speaker, I rise on Order 6, Rule 2, matters of privilege.
What do you want to... Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. I wish to draw the attention of Mr. Speaker and the House that on the 26th of August, 2025, I wrote a letter to Mr. Speaker, the House of Representatives, as well as a letter to the Attorney General of the Federation and a letter to Mr. President, urging for the urgent intervention request the deteriorating health conditions of my constituent Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. Up until today, Mr. Speaker, I have yet to receive any response from Mr. Speaker, from Mr. President, and from the Attorney General, despite the deteriorating health of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, whom has been evaluated by his own team of doctors and came up with a report which was attached to the letter that was submitted to Mr. Speaker and to the President and as well to the Attorney General. Second evaluation has been conducted by the Nigerian Medical Association, and the results even further confirms the deteriorating health of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, that he has organ deficiencies, low potassium, and that he is, as we speak, on the verge of death. Mr. Speaker, at the instruction of the court instructed in 8 days for the Nigerian Medical Association to also do their own assessment. So there are 3 reports now, Mr. Speaker, all leading to the same direction. I quote the judge. The judge says, "It's only a man who is alive and living can stand trial." Mr. Speaker, this is not politics or any other thing, but it is a fundamental human right that should be ascribed to Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. Most other people in that gap have been given opportunities to even travel overseas to seek medical attention. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu is neither convicted of any crimes in Nigeria and must be protected under the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So, Mr. Speaker, a lot of progress has been made in order to see that the government does the right thing to be able to afford Mazen Nnamdi Kanu the urgent treatment that he needs. It's significant, Mr. Speaker, if otherwise.
My dear honorable colleague.
Yes, sir.
I do not see where your privilege is conflicted here.
I have not received a letter that I wrote to the Speaker. I'm a member of the House, and my office deserves a response, whether it's positive or not. But as a member, and the letters were received by your office on the 27th of August, right here.
Is the letter you wrote to Mr. Speaker's office just a notification?
Not a notification,
or a demand
sir.
for a certain action to be taken?
Yes, we requested for a certain action, which was to intervene in the medical condition of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, whom is now, his health condition is deteriorating.
If it is something specific to the office of the Speaker, Honorable, I find it a little bit intriguing that you will come by way of a privilege to demand action to be taken.
Mr. Speaker, the letter
office
was
of
written.
the Speaker that you have direct
Mr.
access
Speaker,
to.
the letter was written since August 26th.
You have direct, unfettered, Honorable.
Yes, sir.
Unfettered access to my office. This is not the kind of thing that I would expect that would come by way of privilege.
It is a matter of privilege.
If it is something beyond you, from the outside, but if it is something that is a letter written to my office, you know, a phone call from you, a visit to my office can solve the problem. So I don't think if...
Mr. Speaker, I've been to your office, Mr. Speaker.
So you mean
I've
you
also
have
submitted the
explored
letter,
all
Mr.
options
Speaker.
and opportunities. You couldn't see me except here.
I've come to your office, Mr. Speaker. We just resumed today.
I don't think
we just resumed today, Mr. Speaker. And it's very important, Mr. Speaker.
Please, Honorable,
Order, please.
Honorable, please.
Please be guided.
Step it down because it is not the right thing to do.
Yes.
Please, I beg you. Step it down.
Please be guided. Mr. Speaker, it is please be guided. Mr. Speaker, it's a matter of life and death.
Please,
my constituents' life
please
is at stake.
guided. I am trying to tell you the procedure.
Of the House, Mr.
This
Speaker.
is not right. Step it down and
Please.
see me if you want any action concerning any letter you have written to me. You don't need to
Mr.
go
Speaker,
by way of this.
The House
please be
rules,
guided.
excuse me, sir. The House rules allows me the latitude to bring an issue of privilege to this House and to the attention of Mr. Speaker. And it is important, Mr. Speaker, that this House
only when your
takes
privilege
cognizance
is compromised
of the issue of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu.
that you can bring it up. And I thought that particular position is talking in respect of instances where the issues is beyond your control. But this is not what a letter from you to from yourself to me.
Yes, sir. The
when
letter
you
is
have,
here,
as a member,
Mr. Speaker.
direct access to come to my office and seek for explanation.
No, but I also have the right.
Honorable.
We're in trouble in that country.
Yeah.
We are in trouble. All right. So I see that Fansat sent me the link to what he was referring to, an article by explosive story on Sahara reporters. Dangote refinery imports dirty fuel. Let me see. But we have to move on to start the show. It's about an hour into the show, but it's good what we're doing. I still like that we give people who come on this platform a chance to share with us stories that are important to them, which we may not have mentioned at the beginning of the show. It's a good way to give it a spotlight. That sometimes that's all that we can do. But if we have the chance, we can make reference to that. This is the story that Pansat was referring to. Dangote refinery imports dirty fuel from UK with 13 times higher sulfur content than Nigeria's 50 ppm limit. So That's the story, and we will hopefully find a way to integrate it into the conversation that we're going to have today. Thank you, Pansat, for that. Unless you want to say one thing, I'll give you 1 minute before we start the show with the first topic. Pansat, are you there? Can you hear me, Pansat? I think there's a delay at its end, so you guys.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
I've taken a lot of your time already, so. Yes, I'm here. I've taken a lot of your time, therefore I will exit the show now. I'll try to dial back in when others have spoken, maybe in the next 45 minutes.
All right. Thank you, Pansat. Okay, so we're going to start, and our first topic, I think it should be the issue. I really want to answer the question about Rufai and David Umahi. I want to get, I'm sure everybody by now, you all have seen the video of the encounter between Rufai. James, have you seen it, Mr. James? You don't have audio, we can't hear you, Mr. James. No?
Sorry, I saw it.
Yeah? Okay.
I saw it, but okay.
All right, Femi, how about you? You know?
Yeah, I saw the video.
Okay, for those watching at home who may not have, let me just play a little bit of it, not all of it.
This monologue is quite long. So at first, Minister, after you had gone to report me in front of President Tinubu and said all sorts, anyway, I am not beholden to you. My job is accountability.
You are too small for me to report you to the president.
No, but they are
You are too small
Minister,
for me to
Minister,
report you to the
Minister, let me
president.
speak.
Who are you for me to report you?
Minister, let me speak. I have empirical evidence. The world watched it on the commissioner of the project when you mentioned the questions I asked you to the president. That was reporting me to the president officially. The world watches, so you don't need to dilly-dally about the empirical facts. I don't talk without facts, Minister. You know, when I have my facts, I talk. And I insist on my question when I ask on cost.
Let me only address you,
Minister. You will not allow me speak. The problem is you will not allow me speak. You spoke for over 20 minutes, over 10 minutes.
Because you don't know what you are speaking.
But let me speak. Let me speak. You will not.
What your profession is.
You will not allow me speak. You see, if you can just keep quiet and be calm and just allow me speak, I'll be happy. All right. So my question still persists as regards the cost per kilometer. You cannot tell me that we don't have a right to know the cost per kilometer. Even if it's an undulating landscape, give us all the facts and the details of the cost per kilometer. That's all we'll ask for. Other questions as regards the loans taken. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Listen to me.
Minister, you will not allow me to speak. The minister will not allow me to speak.
No.
Mr. James, Mr. James, what is your take on that? There are people in Abakaliki who are protesting.
They don't know what they are protesting. You get the point? The issue is this: when we say freedom of expression, it means that you should also listen to what others have got to say. You know, just the way you want them to listen to you. That is what freedom of expression entails. The minister is arrogant to start with. And this type of arrogance is what people like Adisa Akinloye, Umaru Diko, and others displayed during the Second Republic that eventually led to the military taking over the government from them. These people are only preparing the ground for a military takeover, which, frankly speaking, we don't need because the military laid the foundation of the monumental rot we are grappling with now. Now, this guy is asking you, what is the cost per kilometer? You, a servant of the people, you are telling the boy, you don't know what you are talking about. Who is he, the minister? What has he accomplished in life, apart from political maneuvering? What has he accomplished in life? We have a lot of accomplished Nigerians. He's an Igbo man. A man like Kenneth Dike distinguished himself in academics. You get the point? What has he, Mr. Umahi, accomplished in life, either for the Igbo man or for Nigerians in general? It's just sheer arrogance the man is displaying. Have you not listened to BBC and VOA reporters? CNN reporters? interviewing people. I mean, you are a professional minister. Let's take it at that. This guy is a professional journalist doing his job the way it should be done. I mean, it's just sheer arrogance. This is just how I see it. Is it even worth talking about? We are making the man feel more, to feel very important. You spend public money. A representative of the public is asking you, how did you spend the money? If you have nothing to hide, why not tell you this is what, please, let's talk about better things. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James. KJ, I'll come to you later. And Femi, let me welcome somebody I don't think I've seen on the platform before. Musa Waziri, welcome to the show. Musa, can you hear me? Musa, if you can hear me, tell us where you're joining us from and what you think about that encounter between Rufai Oseni and David Umahi, the Minister for Works. Musa, can you hear me? Your audio is off, Musa. Let me see if I can unmute you, if it's from this end. Go ahead, Musa. All right. Can you hear me? Okay, Musa, you may have to join us again. Log out and come back in. We can't hear you if you're trying to speak. Let me go to KJ. KJ, you were once, or you still, I don't know if you are still carrying a ID card of a reporter, but what do you think of?
I don't agree with Rufai sometimes, especially when he talks about the Christian nationalists as the ones, projecting the genocide that's going on in Nigeria. That's not true. We have been reporting about the genocide going on in Nigeria since 2012. Yes, 2012. That's the first time I did the story on Agatu, okay? The massacre in Agatu. So now, but in some times and with his ability, he's able to hold people who are in office to question, to account. And that is very lovely. Even though I know that there's a lot of pressure behind the scene after the show ends for him to tone it down. But for the reason of who he is and the kind of person he has been, he's able not to stand certain information that he gets, and he tries to put it across to the people. The interview with David Umahi and him, I enjoyed it, because that is what, if the journalists, if just certain percentage of us who are in Nigeria asking such questions, Nigeria would have been far better, because before you come for your interview, you will know that things are going to be asked, and those things you must answer to them. Now, some people who are in support of David Umahi have said that Oseni was not professional. I think that's not true. He was, I wouldn't have asked the question the way he put it, but he was being a professional to the core. Mind you, the work of a journalist, we are the fourth realm of government. We hold the people, we hold the government accountable to the people. The 230 million Nigerians cannot come to the office and ask Mr. Umahi these questions. So they sent Oseni to ask the question they can't ask. What is wrong with telling us how much a kilometer of road costs, since you already have the general cost of it? 15 trillion is not moi, it's not a joke. That's what he says it's going to cost. It's going to be the most expensive road ever built in Nigeria. You don't even know the cost of one kilometer, per kilometer. You don't know that. The governor of Oyo State, Makinjo, or what is his name? He just told him what it is. This is the road he did in his first administration. He was able to tell him how much it costs per kilometer. So instead of simply saying, well, Oseni, I don't know that, I don't have that question they're asking me offhand, it's more honorable than for you to try to ask him who is supposed to ask and then you think the president of Nigeria is more important than Oseni? No, that's not true. The citizens of Nigeria, and that is why as long as we have this upside down triangle, okay, where the people, the triangle kind of leadership, where the people are at the bottom and the leaders are at the head, instead of the other way around, where the leaders are at the bottom and the people at the head. They make the people fear the government. You look at the people in the Ebonyi, people who don't even know what's going on, asking that Useni should go and apologize for what? Is it Ebonyi state that is paying him? Is he in the government? Is he in the government to work for Ebonyi people or work for Nigerians? Ebonyi is just a minute part of Nigeria, and consequently, whatever idea they have does not make any. It does not constitute the whole. So I'm saying that Oseni or Shaibu should be given an award. Remember, it is same Arise News that Leila asked the same minister question on what is the, has it taken into account all the, the cost and the trying to remember now, what the fallout of that road is going to be, which he never answered. Instead, he was telling her that, I can't even understand your English. You should speak like, So this is an individual who comes every time when he is faced with a difficult question. Instead of just telling us, Honorable, that I don't have that answer, he begins to try to look for how to, insult the people's professionalism. Now, his people are telling Hosseini that, he studied animal husbandry, so he should go and be interviewing animals. He's doing it. The people that are interviewing are all animals. If they are not animals, would they be answering that kind of way? So let them just relax. The guy is doing what you call him to do. A human being who is being paid by the people's money, we know that his responsibility is not to the small Hosseini sitting before him, but it's to the generality of Nigerians he's talking to. So when you go to a television studio, you're not going there to address the individual talking to you. You may see him as inconsequential, but forget him. Know that you are talking to millions of Nigerians and address the issue that you have asked. Thank you, sir.
UKJ, let's hear from Femi. Femi, you're welcome. Go ahead.
Yeah, so part of what KJ said was what I was actually going to say about. Sometimes I kind of have issues with the way Rufai comes across when he questions, not the fact that I question them, and I don't necessarily have a problem with him being combative, but in any case, it was still a well-timed and well-delivered interview, in my opinion, despite what I said beforehand. Now, part of what apart from that undisputed act of arrogance that a lot of ministers or higher-ups in Nigeria, as an example, tend to display when they're in power, forgetting that these things are transient. Sometimes I struggle to even listen to Umahi. I look at him the same way I look at the Senate president. I don't think there's too much difference between them. Sometimes I even think they're twins. Now, the part of the reason why I don't even respect both of them is the cases in EFCC that's never seen the light of day, including the alleged diversion, because of course it's an allegation, but we're never going to see the end of it. That one is gone forever. That part of the allegations about the diversion of funds into his construction company, among other things, with evidence, including the arrest by EFCC, same EFCC, different dimension, or arrest of his brother at some point. Of course, what has happened to that today? Because these guys know they're always going to get away with things. And even when you look at if we go back to the beginning of how we got to those points, how this the project itself was allocated, it was made in controversy from the onset. There was no competitive bidding. There was nothing. We just woke up one day, and that's the way we've been living in Nigeria up until this point. Is it getting any better? No. Is anything going to come out of it? No. And then when you come even down to part of the questions that has to do with wins homes, on one hand, you're alleging that you're indicating that, okay, who is Rufai to question you about certain things, indicating about the fact that he's not even a journalist or what have you. But is Umar himself, is he a lawyer for him to be making determinations like the way he was answering things when it came down to that win homes? And if anybody had a chance to, if you've had a chance to listen to that lady that seemed to have led that consortium that had put so much money, including Oyibo people, because sometimes the way I look at things, I don't think we understand that on one hand, we're talking about foreign investment, including from Nigerians. But when people see certain things happening to their investments, you think people will want to take the risk? So, I mean, but then when they don't want to answer these questions, that's when they turn everything to rough fights, because they don't want to answer. Especially when you're getting incisive questions. When was the last time you saw any Nigerian administration that was ready to answer incisive questions, especially when you're giving them, according to Rufai, empirical facts? When? Well, We did here. It will continue. Tomorrow we'll discuss another one. Well, that's it. That's it for me.
All right. I just wanted to make sure that people also, I saw some comments on the comment section, people are remembering that there is a long history of Umahi antagonizing the media when he was in government, when he was the governor of Ebonyi State. There were so many instances of his conflict with the media, to the point that they banned for life reporter of the Sun newspaper from being anywhere near the government house in Abakaliki, Ebonyi State. So you don't see that. It's not a very common thing from most politicians who have any kind of respect for journalists, and this is something that sometimes when people don't have background information about what is going on the screen, you tend to jump into the defensive mode. I don't think it's a very normal thing for a politician, no matter how, especially when you are on a live program. This program is not going to be edited by anybody. It's going live and people are watching it. You have to be the one that will hold yourself and control yourself, not the people who are asking you questions. So that's one part of it, that and sometimes we forget that we have all grown up, most of us who grew up in that country, under military administration. So there is an element of certain things that we internalize and we think it's normal. And especially if you grow up in that society, you think that is normal. If anybody should ask you, no matter the job you did, no matter, you can answer the question like, I think it was KJ that said it. You can say you don't know, or that we'll give you the answer, even if you know it and you don't want to. But the approach wasn't really something I think in other African countries. So let's not just talk about Western nations, because if we say Western nation, Trump will do exactly the same thing that Umahi did there. So other African nations, it doesn't get to that point. But anyway, that's it. Unless anybody has any other view, anything to add to that topic. But I think it's something telling in terms of what we expect from elected officials. And this concept of Nigerian big man, where you talk to people, talk down on people and say things like, who are you? Yeah, everybody is somebody. It doesn't matter what they are. They are somebody. You are not bigger than, the fact that you're a minister doesn't mean you serve the people. You serve the people. That's more important. You are the ones who are at the service of the people. People can demand anything from you. We are paying you. That concept is totally foreign to most of our people. That the people who are elected, the people who are appointed, even the one that is appointed is the worst even, because we didn't elect him. If there is anybody who can say, people elected me to do this, the president can say that, the governor can say that. But a minister, you are appointed, you are serving us. All of them are serving us, but you should answer questions as we ask you. If you don't know, you say you don't know. It was funny when he said, you don't understand things. And people made reference to what he studied. There was a study out there talking about people who practice journalism in Nigeria. They said that about 60% of them did not come out with any certificate in journalism. It's people just moved in from different professions to become journalists. Ruben Abati didn't study journalism. Most of the people who are doing it today didn't. So for Umahi to make it look like, or people supporting him to make it look like, because Rufai studied animal science, that means he's not qualified to sit down here.
Knowledge has no boundary.
Yeah. So
and he's brilliant and well versed too, so you can't take that from him.
Yeah. So sometimes some of these things when you hear them, you feel sorry, because it's something that we've internalized over many years of getting people who don't answer any question when we ask them.
Let me just add a bit before you move on. Let me just add a bit. You see, I haven't practiced on that in this. Sometimes they see you as a journalist having, you are a brand envelope journalist. I mean, your colleagues are receiving this. Who are you to talk to me? You see, it's not every journalist that comes to you that is looking for money. Some of them have made their money, and some of them are just doing it for the love of the profession. Okay, you see, there is a reporter in Fox News. that I was researching into, and I found out the guy had a private jet. The guy traveling in private jets. Okay, so if that person is sitting before before someone to interview you, and you want to, what are you going to tell him? Are you going to tell him he's poor? And Husseini has done well for himself. So what's Omar going to tell him? The reason why Omar banned Son is because Son was reporting what he was doing. You are running Ebonyi State as if you are the emperor of Ebonyi State. You were building small mushroom houses, which you are giving big titles, which didn't mean anything. You built a cargo airport, and since you finished the cargo airport, what has happened to it? These are the things that you had problem with being reported. You gave a very vast land, to Fulanis in the Ebonyi State, where they build the biggest what they call it now, university, in Southeast. Okay, a Islamic university. And I'm saying now don't have anything against that, but who did you take permission from? Did you take the land? You grab the land, people's land, and you are doing as you wanted. And those people are telling you, trying to hold you accountable, and because of that, you saw them as being against your government. So they shouldn't come near that place. But however, you are now at the federal level. Don't bring another wicked stuff here. We're not going to accept that. People must ask you, and you must answer. If you don't want to, retire and go back to your house.
All right, thank you. Let's quickly get the views of comparable facts and Nikolola, and then move on to the next topic, which is Nnamdi Kanu and Sowore. Comparable facts. Welcome.
Yeah. Good morning from here, and good afternoon, everybody in the East or in the Central. Yeah, thank you very much, and Dr. Rudolph, for having us on another section today. Yeah, about David Umahi, I watched the interview several times. It's so annoying when it comes to Nigerian politicians. When we come here, we talk about Nigerian politicians. I just have some facts to back up what I'm talking about in terms of the people ruling us. They're supposed to be serving us, including the politician and the leader. What I got was the people ruling us is 0.005. This is including the leaders and non-politicians. So this is the people managing a population of, say, let's base it, I don't know what's the actual population. They just approximate 200 million. You have 0.005. They are the people making decisions for us. They're supposed to serve us. What is that noise about? Can you hear me?
Go ahead, comparable facts. We can hear you.
Okay. So the point I'm trying to make, that's arrogance, impunity to the highest level. That's what we have in our politicians, arrogant with impunity. That's exactly what David Umahi just displayed in that interview. Rufai Husseini is a good journalist, whether he taught animal or something or whatever. How many of them actually went to school for journalism? KJ can back that up. Jota Bati, he didn't go to school for journalism, but that's not the point. In my own opinion, strictly, Husseini is the best journalist because he asks a very robust question. Try to get a definite. If you have at least, let's say about 12 or 20 people like Husseini in Nigeria. Nigeria would be a better place because the man asks good questions. That's why you even have some people in Nigeria, particularly some of the Nigerians, in diaspora. I talk to them. They don't like Husseini. I would say some of the people that I speak to, friends and non-friends, half of them don't like Husseini. For what? They say he's very arrogant. He doesn't know about journalism. This is somebody who asks robust questions. The other journalists, so-called in Nigeria, they are being bought off. They just came to the politician, but you have a man who's fighting for your right, and you come here, you don't like him. When I was watching that video, I said, look at David Umahi. You just come there to interrupt, forgetting that, like you said, he was appointed. He served us. It's about taxpayer money that bring him to that platform. He's supposed to answer with honorable. You think he's making, I think what I can foresee, I think that's Fashola, whatever, some guy that came again, and Barret Rufai. I think they have come to this narrative that whenever we come, for Husseini to interview, we're going to fight him. This is exactly what's going on. I've been seeing some, particularly the APC or whatever. This is the only way to counter him. Don't come here to answer the question. Try to fight him. Try to make him look literal. That's what they are doing. but they are, they're making, they're not making themselves look good. I mean, that's a platform that's being watched globally, and you come there, you can't even answer journalism. You say, "Do you know who I am?" This is the Nigerian problem: impunity to the highest level. It's so annoying, Dr. Damage. I don't know where we go from here. Okay, I mean, that's your specialty. You have a very knowledge in that area, but can you tell me, is that sustainable when we can't get an answer from our politicians? Particularly this particular APC, that has become their mantra. Whenever we go to Arise TV, we don't want to send you to interview us, maybe Dr. Abati and some other Solomon people. But when it comes to when it comes to Senate, we're going to fight him, and that's what they're doing. But anyway, it is Nigeria. That's where we are right now. Thank you, Dr. Duff.
Thank you, Comparable Facts. Ikolola, welcome to the show.
Good evening, Dr. Damages. Good evening, all viewers and panelists. It's been a long time. It's good to see you all. And,
I've not seen you in a while. What happened?
Life took over.
Are you sure?
Well, it's I think I just some things took over my Saturdays and Sundays. I sometimes want to join, but before I realize it's the time has gone, so today I was lucky to see your text and immediately got into the place.
All right,
and on let me go straight to the point so I don't skip people waiting. On Umahi, I think Umahi is just being Umahi. Everybody has the right to be himself at the end of the day. But what the buck stops with his commander-in-chief, because if Umahi is not behaving appropriately, it is left for the president to say, look, my friend, I employed you. You have to serve these people. And if they ask you questions, you should answer. Umahi is just being Umahi. He has the right to be himself. Even if he says he doesn't want to answer the question, well, it's left for the president to say, look, this is not how you treat the people who have brought you to serve.
Hold on, Ikolola. What are you talking about? Which president?
Is it the one that has never talked to You're not from Nigeria.
Hold on, Comparable. Is it the one that has never spoken to the media? Which one will tell?
Yeah, we're making the same point. No, we're making the same point.
So, but you are saying that we should now relax because Umahi is Umahi.
No.
We should hope that the president. No. You said we should hope that the president will wake up and tell him to do the right thing.
No. You see, you're putting words into my mouth. You see, you're putting. I am not saying that. I am not saying that. Look, the point. What you have just seen is what you have just said. Your president doesn't care about you. He doesn't give you interviews. He doesn't. So how do you think his employees would respect you? So we're just putting the cart before the horse. Your president has never come to address you, the people who placed him in power. So let's look at every other nation. If your cabinet member comes and speaks to a reporter like that, and the populace says, look, this man is not what we want, it is left for the prime minister or the president of that country to say, look, cabinet minister, I'm taking you off. The people don't want you. They don't like the way you address them. But your president doesn't even care. So Umahi is just taking the cue of his boss.
All right. Thank you.
Let me make a comment.
You don't allow me finish. You took my whole time.
Let him finish.
But in the case of Rufai, Rufai is he's fiery sometimes. And yes, he asks pertinent questions. In my view, there are some questions he asks that are not up to par. But to say he's not doing his job, he's doing his job, and I hope other journalists at least will emulate his passion. You cannot doubt Rufai's passion, whether you like his questions or not. It's a different thing, which I don't always agree with his questions, but his passion I cannot doubt. And if other journalists had his passion and his love for his job, whatever his background is, I think we would have very strong questions being addressed to these cabinet members. And thirdly, one thing I want to ask these panelists is this thing Rufai does now, speaking to cabinet members, the way he wants. Could it have been done in the days of Buhari or say Abacha? You know, at least I think we should give Tinubu some credit for allowing, because in those days of Buhari, or I mean, I'm sure the government arm would have somebody would have arrested him for speaking to a big man like that. You know, so as we are giving Tinubu the stick, let's also give him some credit for allowing that level of freedom of speech.
Comparable facts. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Ikolala, kind of baffled me a little bit, but it's your opinion. Maybe that's the prism you see things. I mean, you're familiar with Nigerian politics, and you are asking, about what happened to Umahi or wherever. Like, you're not from Nigeria. Like, Tinubu supposed to come there, and say, okay, maybe we should fire you. You're not being accountable to my presidency. This is a guy who promotes snatch and run with it. This is a guy who promotes criminality. I mean, this is a guy with dodgy background. I mean, it's what I call
yeah, we're saying the same thing.
Hold on. It's what I call comfortable to the highest level. And you here thinking that
no. I agree with what you're saying.
Something right.
Don't go too far.
The guy who fire on Nonuga is promoting ethnic jingoism. I mean, the Tinubu are aware of it. He's aware of what's going on in Lagos. So the buck stopped with Tinubu. So whatever the ministers or the appointee is doing, is Tinubu that is doing it. Just call it like that. I don't know why you're beating around the bush, in my own opinion. But that's the opinion, okay? Because there's nothing that makes sense to me. That's me about what you said when it comes to Tinubu. Like Tinubu's supposed to do. Tinubu is the one perpetuating the whole thing.
What are you saying? What have I said? What is different from what you've just said and what I've said?
All right.
No, you're being very soft. You're being very soft with Tinubu. That's my
point. Thank you, guys. We have to move. We have to move on to other topics.
Okay.
We have to move on to other topics, and this is the next issue that we're going to tackle.
We go. Sowore challenge you. Tao be soludo. Sowore challenge you. Apari bi ale soti. Sowore challenge you. Tao be show walking. Talkie you don't do today. Soludo show walking. Our mumu you don't do today. Apari be show walking. Talkie you don't do today. Ale soti show walking. Our mumu you don't do today. Talkie you don't do. Una go dey for corner, dey yumu on top Nnamdi Kanu, where they abduct am from Kenya down to Nigeria, which is illegal. Because no gree free am, Buhari no free am, Tinubu no wan free am. Hey, fake love una dey show Nnamdi. Oh yeah, time don come. Sowore don set challenge. This is time for action. Sowore challenge you. Sowore challenge you. Sowore challenge you.
All right, welcome back to Have Your Say 247. And my name is Robert Fokonkwo. Thank you so much for staying with us. Our second topic is what is now called the Sowore Challenge. Basically demanding that people should stop just talking about working behind the scene to change things, to make sure that Nnamdi Kanu is out, that they should join him on a march to Oslo on the 20th of October. So let's see. Let's welcome to the show, Buddy. Buddy, welcome to the show. All right. I don't want to dump you into the conversation. Maybe I'll make you the second person. Let me put. Let's hear from KJ. KJ, so what is your take on this situation? Because Sowore has put it out there. People should just come out and protest. I don't know how far that will change anything, but I want to hear from you, not just about what it will change, but it's putting some of these political actors in the Southeast in a situation where they have to make a decision. It's like how they do it in the Congress here, where they force a vote we have Congress people, members of Congress, who are not interested in showing that they are voting one way or the other, will be forced to vote one way or the other. So Sowore, and I think, someone said, I think what Pasada said this at the beginning, that he advised Sowore to do that. Whoever gave him the idea of pushing this button is a master stroke, because it's forcing people to make a decision. So what is your take, KJ?
First of all, I want to, again, like I've always said in the past, celebrate Sowore. I like him and his politics. And so far, he has shown, that he can be above, the normal Nigerian kind of politics, which is tribal based. And, like I said, I have respect for anyone who will put their life on the line for what they believe. It's very few of us that can do that. I'm not even one of those, because if I was one of those, I would have still be in Nigeria following up, At one point, I had to think about my family and think about what's going to happen, So Sowore has again shown class. And whether it is him that advised him or not, what Sowore have done is going to forever change his political style and the way Nigerian people perceive him, especially people from the East, young men from the age of 50 downwards. Those above 50 and going up may see it as not consequential, because it's putting them on the hot spot. And I think it's time that someone puts the Eastern leaders, those of them who parade themselves as leaders, on the spot. Even if it's not going to achieve much, the mere fact that somebody outside of the Southeast can take up this challenge. Mind you, nobody knows when a protest starts, how it's going to end. So it can go either way. And whichever way it goes, thinking that it is again another Yoruba man who is now stepping up to make this call, it becomes for me very painful. Because if you are a wide reader, you will have found out that even before, when the Civil War was about to start, or during the year, Wole Soyinka was the same person who stepped out to say, look, you guys are wrong here. Okay, Nigeria, you should, shield back your sword. And so, again, in this century, in where we are today, it is a Soyinka. It is a Sowore that is stepping up in the plate. Is it not shameful that all the so-called, I know in this platform, we have talked about this issue like the last 3 weeks or so. We said on this platform, we are surprised that people like Ato Eze, who seem to know when Igbo should come to the presidency, don't even know how to go about getting Nnamdi Kanu. People have covered the fact that Nnamdi Kanu insulted the leaders of the East. What he said, I want to ask them, is it not true? Have they been able to? And those who may say what Nnamdi Kanu did is against the Southeast, what he was demanding, is it for his family? Is it for what was demanded? It's not that he was demanding that the Southeast be open to business and that the seaports along the Southeast, Calabar, that's Cross River, Akwa Ibom, and rivers should be opened up, including that seaport in Warri. Is that only for the Southeast? What he was demanding, that what is done to the North, it should also be done to the Southeast. Is that something that is wrong? Did he say they should make him president? Did he say, even when they offered him vice president, did he take it? He didn't take it. When they offered him oil well, did he take it? Okay. So what Sowore has done is showing class again. And I don't know how to say it. I don't know. I'm saying with the best word I can put together. He may have been winning 50-50 votes at each election as presidential candidate. Okay. But now he has shown that he is not in the same class with all those other ones who have been contesting for presidency. Because if he can go out and say, look, injustice has been done here and it must be corrected, and he has been able to pull both those who would have otherwise opposed him and not to this forum, it means that he has class. And I totally agree with him. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, KJ. Let's hear from Buddy. Buddy, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Good afternoon, other panelists. Yeah. So let me quickly make a few highlights on Rufai. Rufai is doing his job fine. But whenever you are doing your job, there are ethics, there are civility. You don't make your case uncomfortable. We may not like them. I don't like what's his name, the former governor of Ebonyi. But he's a professional. He knows his job. When he talks, you know he's a professional engineer. We might not like the way he answers question. We might not like it antecedent, but we have to highlight that as a journalist, you know this, Dr. Rudolph, that you don't insert yourself. You don't introduce bias. You don't become emotional. Rufai's pattern over time has shown that we are not babies in this country. We've seen journalists and journalists over time. The same question that Rufai will ask in an insane way, you will see Shehu Kibaloyi asking the same question in the same manner and get an answer. We have very tough journalists. There's this guy from Ibadan, I don't know, from this FM, Splash FM.
Obilo.
Your brother from UI.
Obilo.
Obiano. He's a very tough guy. He challenged those politics. He has tough questions. We've seen journalists. There's another guy from TVC, this old man that's very fast in literature like this. It's an old man. It's a retired journalist. He's just still practicing with TVC. We've seen tough journalists, and we've seen them across the world. You know Mehdi from here. Mehdi that work with Al Jazeera. There's this guy for the former New York governor. We have journalists that ask tough questions. You know the guy that went in with the guy from ABC that went with the president of recent, with Donald Trump of recent. He hold the feet of president to fire, but eventually the guy was later sacked by ABC. But making your guests making them comfortable. Once a journalist become a privateer, the integrity collapse. So we have to know that. We know these people, make them comfortable, ask right question. Even at times, making noise as a journalist does not make you sound. At times you see these Arise journalists, they just come to the show in the morning without doing their research. The kind of question is asking, because the way he even started, let's look at the way he even started the conversation that particular day. He said the minister reported him to the president. It's like you just trying to exacerbate his own ego. It's unnecessary. But the minister fell for it, which is unnecessary. He will have just look away. But in engineering, there's nothing called cost per kilometer, because the topography of lands are different. And as a journalist, you have to research into that, because that's why we're asking that question repeatedly. The only thing you could ask is average cost per kilometer, because as section of the road you might do bridge. At another section, it might be swamp. At another section, you might have an undulating or hill that you have to do a lot of work. But Rufai, give it to him. He might not understand because he's not an engineer. But make your guests comfortable. Ask the right question. The same result, the same answer that you will get if you apply civility. It's the same answer that you will get. If you look at his interview with what's the name of the former governor of Ekiti, Ayo Fayose, it was so rough. There's another guy called Napasa. There's another guy, Lady Olayinka. It's been a pattern. And people, you see the way people are saying this thing, you might not like them. And you see same Rufai of recent. He had an interview with Oti, the governor of Abia. He applied civility. We've seen his interview with Obi, and we've seen his interview with other personalities. So, as a journalist, don't insert yourself. Don't be too emotional. We might be, because the issue of Nigeria, we are emotional about it at times because we love our countries. So, but we still have to be careful as well, so that we don't create an enmity for ourselves. Because relationships span beyond just the studio. Maybe the hangover, like I usually say, maybe the hangover of the military that you just said we've internalized some certain aspect of long era of military rule. We don't know how to communicate. We can't even debate. Before one thing, we start am I one another? Let me stop on that. The other one is the issue of Sowore. Protest is legitimate. Very, very legitimate. It's the right thing to do. The guy has been incarcerated for a long time. For people to call, that's why that on the other hand, the rule of law is taking its course. We can't reinvent history. What Kanu has done, what he has done is there. It's on record. It's on tape. It's in print. It's in digital. So, if government were able to prosecute their case successfully, God bless them. If they fail, they should release the guy and let the guy go. But Sowore should be very careful. because we've seen series of protests that's led to anarchy in Nigeria, and the economy is still very fragile. So that we don't experience economic crash all over again. We remember a year ago when people in this country were shouting, "We want this man, we want this man." Now the man has crashed the economy. so people will say, "Hey, we want this." The rule of law is taking its course. The guy is before the law court legitimately and is being charged appropriately, has been offered the chance to defend himself. I think we will have better stick to that. So I wish Sowore and his gang best of luck, but they shouldn't bring Nigeria into chaos, because the hangover of NSAS is still very much there. The hangover, the one that the another one that followed that after, the one that he had sometime in August last year. So they should conduct themselves within the ambit of the law. And I submit.
All right.
Okay,
Hold on.
I
know. I'll give you the chance. KJ. But let me. I just wanted to point out something. There was a time in that interview. It just made me remember something about it. There was a time in that interview where Umahi was, looking down at Hussaini and was saying, "You don't know what you were talking about." And I wish for a moment that I was the one in front, because I would have reminded him that, my man, I studied engineering too. And I know that in engineering, if you do your estimation of cost of everything, you should be able to get the average. And that was what Hussaini was asking for. And I wish that Hussaini just said that word, average, because that was all you needed. There's nobody who cannot get the average. And Makinde actually, I think he's an engineer, I don't know, but Makinde said, yeah, this is average is something that any engineer, you don't have to be an engineer. If you propose something, the cost of sewing 20 clothes, and the average, and that's all they were asking him, and simple. And I don't know if he thought that it would be outrageous. And I think that may be the issue. It's not that Umahi did not know what an average or what to give. I think the issue was that he felt, if this is 15 trillion and I'm going to give them average, if I give them that word, the figure, and they will think, oh my God, all the roads all over the world, there's nothing like that. Why is it that our own is too? That was what made him. And then, of course, the bias. When you're talking about bias, you talk about, he already had this issue with the media ongoing. No, it didn't start with Rufai. It's long history. And then when you were talking about history of Rufai, let me just say this, I shouldn't be commenting. I just like you guys saying your own, but it's important to know that people mention media in different parts of the world. There are people who play different roles in the media. There are the reporters who just tell you this is what's happening. They don't express their opinion. There are people who are anchors. They question you in a way that I think a lot of people mention Charles Aniagolo. There's that style. And then there are people who do what Rufai is doing, which in every country there are people. Everybody cannot be the same. You can't have all journalists all be like Charles Aniagolo. You can't have all of them be like, so that's something that is a variety, and it has to be that way across the country, across the world. Anyway, thank you, buddy. KJ, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted, the last part was, which you said was what I wanted to tell my brother, Buddy, that in journalism, certain journalism that you guys come and tell us what we should know. And then when we talk about your own profession, you say we don't know what I'm talking about. But you can tell us how to do the profession, how to ask the questions. That is totally wrong. That's one. Two, when you go to hard talk in BBC, okay, you know what they're going to expect from the person going to interview. He's not going to cover, he's not there to play with you, he's there to ask the tough questions. So if you go to hard talks, you should be ready to answer the question from the journalist. And if you go back, if you go to to the internet, you can find hard talk and see how that goes. Remember, it was in hard talk that Obasanjo was held to a corner. Okay, journalists are supposed to hold your feet to the fire. That's the role of a journalist. That is why we are called the fourth realm of government. Okay, we stand at the people, the eyes, the mouth of the people. We ask the question the people are not able to see you and ask you. A good journalist who knows his onion should be able to put a question across to you. And like we are saying here, many of us will ask the question the way Hussaini put it. We may not even have referred to you when to report us to the president, because that is not necessary. But that is him. And we all can be the same. Accept that reality and, be down with it. Again, I don't know what you mean by government following the law. Is it the government that should follow the law on case of Nnamdi Kanu, or Nnamdi Kanu following the law? Which law are you referring to? Is it a law of extraordinary rendition, the kidnapping from Kenya and brought back? And if you know a little bit of law, you know that that's what the lawyers call you cannot put something on nothing. So in other words, your process already is wrong, and therefore you can't be benefit from it. The first judge that gave ruling to Nnamdi Kanu on that issue, that acquitted him and dismissed the charge, is Mrs. Justice Adefarasin. She's there. She's not even Igbo. She's from Lagos. She took the first judgment and said, "You guys are wrong. Based on what you have done, this case can't even go forward." Okay. Now the Kenyan court is there. I gave ruling that you guys kidnapped it, despite the fact that Malami broadcast in Hausa how they've got their trophy, which is Nnamdi Kanu, and they collaborated with Interpol. Interpol have said they never took part in anything. They don't even know what he's talking about. Now, is it the 3 cases that Nnamdi Kanu have won that which government have not held any of them that you're talking about? What are you talking about law? Which law are you referring to? When you say government, this is in the court. Buhari said, I'm waiting for the court. Let him be left to the court. The court have ruled in 3 different occasions that he should be let go. You guys refuse to see, Mr. Body. Some of us before we come here, like you said, we are journalists. We research. We do a lot of research. If you want, I can bring you papers, okay, that I have studied in different places on these issues. So we're not just discussing from point of not knowing what to say. We know how the thing have gone. So please, if you need to say any other thing, don't say anything concerning law, because Nigeria is not following law at all.
You say you research.
It is whoever releases. They are whoever they release. They release. So don't say that. I beg you, my brother.
Whenever you talk, I like you. You are my brother.
That's why people are saying,
come out. Okay, good. The number one thing, you don't shut your guests down. You don't say keep quiet. It's wrong. So no matter being an hot talk or whatever it is, you don't shut them down. Rufai did that. So on the issue of Nnamdi Kanu, you presented 3 cases. I do tell people, if you are right at times and you don't know how to present your case, you become a wrong person. You become the wrong guy. The guy has been calm for a while. The process is there. You might not like the process. There's no way we can exculpate Kanu out of where he's. There's no way we can take him out. We know that. We can't force him out. That process that we say we don't like, let's submit ourselves to it. Let's get him a good lawyer. Let's people rally behind him. We've seen people that have been that process. Let's see. Let's wait till the end of that process. You say he has gotten some judgments. He has lawyers. Let's present those cases before the law court. You said it's the same court. You mentioned 3 cases that he has succeeded. You mentioned one in Nigeria. The same court, the same Nigerian court granted him justice. Why are we losing faith? Why are we losing faith in this one? Let's have faith in this one. Let's see the outcome of it.
Budi, I think you don't have the facts behind this case, so I'm not even going to.
What's the facts? Even the one that we are even talking about is even wrong. I'm challenging you that don't decide to side it aside. It was before the appeal court. They went to the appeal court.
No. Listen, the case starts from the beginning.
The one you mentioned that he was even exonerated because the way was brought to Nigeria. It was even at the appeal court. And the Supreme Court overruled that.
No, did overrule that? No.
That's why the case was bad.
You are wrong.
Let me tell you the excerpt of that ruling. Supreme Court said, once you are a criminal, regardless of how you are brought back before the law, before the justice, it doesn't matter. Regardless, since you remain a fugitive or a criminal, regardless.
So you have a new. You. That's not what is.
I don't want to get an argument with you.
Budi. We have talked, and we are going to bring other lawyers here. Okay, we have talked about this. The first step, which is why Justice Adefarasin set him free right from the beginning, is that you cannot benefit from a crime. You can't benefit from a crime. That is the principle of law. It's the principle of law. Let's not go there. Let's see. This platform we try to uphold certain standards. We don't come here to just throw words around. Okay, that's the first principle of law. For instance, let me give you an example of the United States. The other day I was listening to a lawyer here talking, I was talking to some illegal, some immigrants who are here. When he said to them, look, if the people come to your door, I don't want to call their name, and they knock and you don't open the door, okay, let them break your door. If they break your door, give them your hand, let them handcuff you. When you go to law, when you go to the court, the judge will dismiss it because right from the first start, they've taken the wrong, they've broken the law. So you cannot break the law and expect to get, a result from that. Gentlemen, we're not living. Look, hold on. I'll end with this. The world has become a global village.
To empower Department of Homeland Security, USIS, the likes and stuff, to come before your door and use every force to get you. Even if you lock yourself behind the door, the custom is permitted to do the same thing. The Department of Homeland Security are permitted to do the same thing. So they were empowered. Even if you
are wrong. I'm talking about a practicing lawyer who and giving people. He said you cannot win. That's the law.
All right, guys.
Let's talk about the push.
We have to get others involved in the conversation. Thank you, buddy. Thank you, KJ. For your information, tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, I won't be here. KJ will host a show. KJ, I can't see the link to that show, but it's on Nnamdi Kanu, all the angles to this story that will happen tomorrow. So if you want to join that conversation tomorrow, join KJ. KJ, if you can send me the flyer, I can share it with people. All right, buddy, thank you so much. Let's go to Mr. James. Mr. James, we're talking about this planned protest by Sowore concerning Nnamdi Kanu and why we need to, he wants people, especially Igbo leaders, political leaders, to come out and join this protest. What is your take on that?
Yeah, from the little I've gathered, he has talked to Jonathan Goodluck, one senator, is it a Beribe or something like that?
Beribe.
Good, and some other Eastern leaders. From the look of things, some of the Eastern leaders are dragging their feet. And I find it very funny because I do not know of any prominent Yoruba man who has criticized Sunday Igboho for all he has done during Buhari's time. Not even one prominent Yoruba man. When he was arrested in the Republic of Benin, they did everything possible to make sure, he's not malhandled over there in Cotonou or wherever he was tried in the Republic of Benin. And when he finished his sentence, he returned home in style. And nothing has happened to him. Now, for the Igbo leaders of thought to be dragging their feet over this man's case speaks volumes. The Benin people have a saying, I'm sorry, I'm not a native speaker of that language. Let me try to translate it into English, that an ant cannot penetrate a wood that has no holes. Yes, that's the best way I can translate it. An ant cannot penetrate a wood without holes. Considering the fact that the man who organized the aircraft that brought him allegedly is one Mr. Ifeanyi, something I can't remember, from Kenya to Nigeria, an Igbo man. And Igbo leaders of thought are dragging their feet over this man's case. There's more to this problem than we are seeing. So the Easterners, because Nigeria is already tribalized, so nobody should tell me I'm being tribalistic. The country is already tribalized, and this is a tribal matter as far as I'm concerned. So this is why we have to praise Sowore for doing what Soyinka did, according to someone not long ago. So the Easterners, they need to examine themselves vigorously to find out what is really wrong. Why is this man still being held up to now? I cannot really say much about this because somebody advised me some time ago not to take Panadol for other people's headache. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. James. Before I bring you, Femi, let me just respond to something that Kulata posted. Kulata said you can't get the actual cost until the work is completed. What you can get now is the budgeted average cost per kilometer or estimated cost per kilometer based on current actuals. All of you are wrong. Okay, Kulata, that's exactly what the minister should have told the nation This is the estimated average cost. Even the cost they announced today, it doesn't have to be that way. They
Let
can
me just give you a sentence or two. In my high school days, there's what we call average velocity. An aeroplane flying from point A to point B, the distance is this, and what is the average velocity? That is what this boy is asking for. He's not asking for rocket science. Umai has something to hide. This is why he's misbehaving.
All right, thank you, Mr. James. So, Kolade, so that's it. If the minister had said this is the budgeted average cost, that's all that is needed. But instead of saying that, he went on tangents and all the other things. Femi, one thing we have not mentioned was that Sowore also met with Goodluck Jonathan. None of them they were not smiling. I don't know why. They didn't even smile at all. But met with Goodluck Jonathan as part of his effort to get the political leaders to be part of this his planned march to Aso Rock. And Goodluck promised that he will talk to the president about Nnamdi Kanu. All right, Femi, you're next.
So I'll start by saying no pun intended, but good luck in speaking to Tinubu on this matter. Because all of a sudden, it's at some point, at some level, it becomes to look like a caricature of sorts. But in any case, I start this way. We've been at this for about 10 years, since 2015, when he first got granted bail. And then leading up to when his house was burnt around, was it 2017 or 2018? And then all of a sudden, he resurfaced in Israel. Now, Mr. James said something that I was actually going to pivot to as well, because in truth, as much as you don't necessarily want to say too much, because you're always going to have some people that are going to come and what is your business? You're Yoruba. You know the way we are now. That's not going to stop me from saying what I want to say. Now, I like to always look at things from a perspective of how about if it was my own, if it was Igbo as an example now, because I don't see what he has done as an individual too different from what Igbo was fighting for as well. The only difference being that there's been two different. It's almost like we're operating one justice system, but with two different results. Yeah, one might argue that okay, Igbo wasn't as radical as he was, but at the end of the day, the bottom line of what they were fighting for is the same. And there's actually supposed to be a court case for Igbo which never really went anywhere and is working a free man. Now, why do I go this route? Is that again, just to allude to Mr. James's point, I think I've actually thought about it over time, and I find it really amusing. Again, choosing his words again, that Igbo leaders, a lot of so-called Igbo leaders, don't seem to actually. In fact, some of them seem to either be speaking with both sides of their mouths, or in some cases remaining silent, or actually even worsening the issue because of political motives, because they're interested in positions and what have you, and some of them you can't even take too seriously. At the end of the day, like my cousin said yesterday when we spoke about this issue, he's one of those that was of the opinion previously that he should suffer for his crimes. Can't I see what he's doing? And I was shocked yesterday when we had this conversation again, and for the first time he told me, man, they should just release this guy, if nothing else, because all I told him was that there are other things happening in that country that are even worse. Is it banditry you want to talk about? Is it kidnappings and what have you? After all, what are we even talking about? If they were able to, you can say there are differences, there are different scenarios, but you have to convince us about if they're able to pardon terrorists or former terrorists, then what has it done that's worse than that? This is the way I think. And if, for example, today you say you want to try and convince me that what Igbo has done is different from what he has done, and Igbo is working free, and because I'm a Yoruba man, I would look the other way. I'm like, come on now, in what world are we living? That's the way I think, and that's just my submission, and that's all I'm going to say on this.
All right, thank you, Femi. Ikolala, next.
Yeah, thank you once again. But quickly, I'll just go into Rufai's case. Like I know everybody has said journalists have their styles and they have this and they have that. Look, your job also as a journalist is to serve the people. And if all you do is confronting your guests, you have not served us. And if somebody has used the case of Mehdi and Stephen Sako of BBC. What they do is they give you facts. They could give you an estimate of all the roads they know and the average price it costs to make those roads and ask you, how come that you don't have an average price? It puts you in a corner. Anybody listening would know that you don't know what you're saying. But to come and be confrontational with and okay, now all we are talking about is that Rufai against Umahi, rather than show us that the man doesn't know what he's doing. So we all say, oh, if I asked him a question, he couldn't give an answer. You know, just like somebody has talked about Obasanjo here. Sako didn't confront Obasanjo. He just gave him analysis of what he thinks. I watched that interview many times. Obasanjo couldn't answer him. So he wasn't rude to him, but he gave him facts that confronted Obasanjo, and Obasanjo went angry, you know. So let's know that and let's take passion and emotion out of it. But on the case of Sowore, I think Sowore is doing what is necessary, and some people have failed to do, because there's no point that, I mean, somebody has come here to talk about the law, and the law said that, and the law didn't say that. I don't know why we want to always take our history from the middle of the road. You know, why would you keep someone in prison for this long and you have not indicted him for anything, and you keep saying the case is going on and on and on and on and on, and you want to bring the law into play? You can't pick you and choose what is right and what is wrong. So if your law is right, then let your law be always right from the beginning of it, not at the middle of the road. And then you want to come and tell us it is the law that and it is the law this. So if Sowore has taken it, but I think this is my perspective. I don't have, it's just my feeling. Sowore at the end of the day is a wonderful politician. So he is trying to play to the gallery. He knows nothing is going to happen. He knows no Igbo, what's his name? What's this guy's, the Anambra state governor is not going to go anywhere, no matter what you say. The Abia state governor is not moving an inch. The Owerri governor, what's his name? The Tinubu's boy is not going anywhere. Good luck has told him he would go and meet president. So Sowore is just playing to the gallery. He knows what he's doing. It's politics at the end of the day. But kudos to him. At least he's raised a voice and a concern.
All right, thank you. Before comparable facts, I just want to mention that following that story, you see that Sowore was reporting that the DSS, they're already panicking about what will happen, calling some politicians not to go, calling some lawmakers not to be part of that that move to march to Aso Rock. All right, comparable facts. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Rudolph. Just give me a few times, okay? Now, most of the time, I don't utilize my time, to talk, but this time, I have more things to say. So having said that, I'm going to pivot a little bit to some of that topic. I will incorporate most of my subject. But I just wanted to make some few comments you made earlier, Mr. Rudolph, about different kind of journalism. I mean, I think what body and who is Kolade, I've forgotten to there's different kind of journalism. I'm not a journalist expert, but I watch a lot of news to know there's opinion journalists, there's a watchdog journalist, So you don't expect everybody to be journalizing on the same, on the same platform or the same narrative. So that's where Rufai comes. Rufai is a watchdog journalism, and he comes with robust opinion. That's what's needed in that country. Everybody can't be the same kind of journalism, sports journalism, or that kind of things. That's where Rufai is stand differently from other people. So, in my own opinion, I'm a Rufai guy. Okay, I listen to other people, but when it comes to robust journalism, Rufai is my guy. So, having said that, let me say something before I go to what we are the subject. Maybe people are listening. Something concerns me, dearly, and Nigeria as a whole. It's about the World Cup. It'd be very, very impediment if Nigeria don't qualify to the World Cup, because I plan to go to the World Cup, being played here. I would like to see Nigeria, but Nigeria have put themselves in a predicament right now. Yesterday was the last. Yesterday was second to the last. The last one will be played in New York Stadium against Benin. But Benin beat us, on a neutral ground in Abidjan 2-1. But it's so baffling where we got ourselves because we keep on drawing, playing draw game unnecessary. The first 5 games we played was just draw. We didn't lose any game except the one that was played in Abuja against Benin. We've been drawing. These guys act like they're not serious. Now, they stand the chance of qualifying, but they are still in third place right now. They have 14. They have I think 14 points. South Africa has 15 points. Benin, imagine Benin has 17 points. So the way it's being grouped, Africa is being grouped into 9 groups. The winner of each group is going to qualify. Then the 4 best will take a permutation for one person to qualify to make it 10 So if you come second in your group, but you have to have the highest number of goals, for you to be among the 4, apart from the 9 winner automatically qualify for the World Cup. The other 4 is the second runner-up. And Nigeria, Cameroon, Gabon, and everyone, the people in second position. Even Burkina Faso, I don't have the table here with me. They are both Nigeria. So it's going to be very, very, very interesting for Nigeria to go. But there's some mathematical angle in that because one country, Eritrea, withdraw. The way they are deducting to the last, the person at the last place, like Zimbabwe is in the last place in Nigerian group right now. So it's going to be very difficult. But for Nigeria to qualify, they have to go to this coming, I think on Tuesday. I think it's on Tuesday. They have to beat Benin by more than 3 goals. But Nigeria hasn't shown me the antecedent. They are capable of scoring. Even at all, they have the best players in Africa. We'll see with the highest scoring, and Lukman, of course, Lukman is suspended right now. He's not going to be able to play next week. So we are, in my own opinion, I wish we qualify, but it's going to be very difficult. Okay, we are qualifying.
Okay, so thank you, Comparable Facts. But next time, reserve this for your rant, so that we have, because when people are watching this, they want to be able to know we're discussing this topic and it's exhausted, not jumping.
Well, I don't normally be here through my rant. I don't spend the whole of my day on your platform. I have other things to do. I have family and other things. So that's why I don't have time to run whenever you close 4 o'clock, I'm not going to be here. So I said, let me utilize this opportunity to run right now. Okay, I don't live on your platform 24/7. Thank you. But having said that,
I was thinking about if you were invited to CNN and they are discussing a topic and then you went off tangent and then you tell them, I have things to do. That's why
I'm not going to do that.
I can't wait to talk about what you guys are. So you're looking down on this platform as it's not what your time, but you can say anything you want at any. Anyway, go ahead. I
didn't mean it that way. I'm just trying to make a statement.
That's how it may sound to people watching at home.
I'm not going to be here to rant.
People watching at home look at it that way. That we are discussing something else. You brought in something else and looked at. You say,
I'm just trying to educate the audience. People like you, some novice like you that don't know about sports.
Yeah, I don't know what you talked about now. I don't know who is going to the World Cup. I've never seen it before.
Okay, let me. I'm going to make it short. I'm not going to spend. So you know what? Kolade need to be quiet. He doesn't know anything. But anyway, having said that, let's talk about the process. In short, the process has a reasonable chance of happening, but there's a high risk, in my own opinion. Suppression. To achieve the right result is going to be very, very difficult. The uncertainty depends on the resilience we're going to have from the coordinator and the movement. But the security, how about the police people? They're going to try to suppress the protest. That's where I see it. But if the protest has to have a meaningful, grant, the opinion poll has to support this. Okay, what Sowore is doing right now, I think it's supposed to happen on the 20th of this month. Yeah, that's when it's supposed to. Everybody's supposed to be marching to Asoro. Okay, Atiku is on his side right now. He's trying to convert some Igbo leaders, which a lot of them are coward. Abaribe, Oti, Soludo, and Obi. They should join. nothing is going to happen to them. I mean, some of the, particularly the Southeastern leader. Oh, I don't have any hope for my governor. I mean, that one is a Filefko, whatever they call him. So he's not gonna come. He's Tinubu boy by no means. He probably, he's not gonna follow the mark. But for you to have any kind of legitimate sources, there has to be a good mobilization, and the leaders has to participate. This is the only way. If not, just bring more awareness to them. Is it going to be, say, because they protest and go to Asho Rock, is that going to make Nnamdi Kanu be released? Probably not. I mean, the solution to that is going to be political solution. I don't know what Tinubu is doing. Maybe he's mad, or some of those Kaba in the north or wherever. He doesn't want to release. But I mean, to me, Tinubu is not a leader anyway. So I mean, what do I have to say about Tinubu? He's not a leader. It's all about politics. He just try to play his political sarcasm. That's where his mojo come out when it comes to politics. But he's not a leader, in so we see what happened. Anyways, like I said, for the protest to succeed, it's going to depend on many factors. Just the success, but that's not going to lead to Nnamdi Kanu being released. No, just to bring an awareness. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Before I go to Jefferson, Jefferson is one of our subscribers, so I think we should be finding a way to say thank you to those people when they come into the panel. Jefferson, hold on, okay? Let me hear Ikaola. Yeah, what's going on?
Okay, I'm just going to add the some news I am reading now. The Blackwater private army, just like I think it's a private army, the mercenaries in America. So the founder, Eric Prince, is saying he's putting together an army to go and defend Nigerian Christians in Nigeria. So we don't know, somebody has called the Sowore an American asset anyway. So I think many things are coming together. Just to add that to the mix.
All right, thank you so much. All right, go ahead, Jefferson. Welcome to the show, and thank you for being a subscriber to the channel.
All right, thank you very much. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Oh yeah, Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, everyone. It's nice to hear from you guys again. All right, so there's a lot of topic. I think let me just concentrate on what I'm seeing in the headlines. Well, the chairman, INEC chairman, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Hold on, we're picking topics one by one. What we're discussing now is just Sowore's campaign for Nnamdi Kanu's freedom. But you can add to the conversation the one we discussed, which was the first one we discussed. I totally forgot now. We discussed Rufai and Umahi. Those are the two things we discussed. Other ones we are yet to get to them.
Okay, no problem. All right, let me just do the Rufai one and the Nnamdi Kanu one. As far as I'm concerned, as far as journalism is concerned, to me, Rufai is a bold journalist, a bold TV anchor journalist, and he's doing what needs to be done. Because if you give Nigeria the chance, every journalist will hide their tail between their legs and be afraid to ask questions. He's asking critical questions respectfully. Most times, if you watch his interview, you will find out that it's actually the interviewees are the ones that are even provoking him. He asks questions respectfully, but because either they are maybe in APC or one thing or the other, have one links, they feel threatened by what he's asking because they feel they don't deserve to tell us what needs to be told. So his questions put journalists off balance and they don't like it. So to me, I don't feel that Rufai is an outspoken person, and I pray God will continue to protect him throughout this whole saga that is going on. That's my own opinion concerning the Rufai. And then Rufai asked a question to actually, as far as I'm concerned, he flopped about that one because, I mean, before you do a project, you have this estimates and there's survey. We have quantity surveyors, we have land surveyors. What are their jobs? This is why we have professionals. We cannot say we have professionals and they cannot do estimation of what needs to be done. It might not be 100%, but at least let us hear facts and figures. But anyway, let me not go into details. I mean, it wasn't properly managed. I want to concentrate on the issue of Nnamdi Kanu, Sowore situation. Of course, Sowore has been he's a, what they call it, He's a freedom fighter right from the beginning. He didn't start his journey today. And I actually appreciate the fact that he wants to lend the voice to it. But the fear is we don't want the city of betrayal because we saw the issue of FFK, but everybody is different. I don't want to start doing comparisons. The thing about the Igbo people is very, very dicey. Even as of today, I just read, after all the demolition that have been happening so far with the trade fair, I just read today they demolished other Igbo people's properties in Festac. So when you see all these things, it brings a question: why are we being targeted? Why are Igbo people being targeted in the country? Are we an endangered race of people in the country? I have to bring this thing out because if you look very well, apart from people's this thing being demolished outrightly, we are being everyone's attacking each other, the left, right, center, and that is not good. And then at the end of it, they say we're all one Nigeria and everything. I think we need to call ourselves to order, as a people. Now, whether the issue of Southeast leaders trying to lend a voice is equally dicey because I also watch a skit maker making mention of if people being lends a voice, the what they call it, APC government will now say, hey, I knew he was behind it. There are a lot of uncertainties. So that's why you notice people might come out, people not come out. And then someone in this amongst us was saying Abaribe is a coward. I think that is a wrong assertion because this is the same Abaribe that was a shorty for Nnamdi Kanu at the time. And he faced a lot of things. And the guys have spoken. He has spoken in the National Assembly, has spoken even to the federal government. But because we run a government that is incomplicit with realities, think about it now. Look at people that have been given pardon. Look at people that have committed all manner of crimes, right, in the country. How they are celebrating their bills and everything. How terrorists are being infiltrated in the armed forces. It tells you there's a special law for some people and not special law for some people. And as a concerned Nigerian who happen to be Igbo, I'm Igbo, I'm proud. I don't know about anybody. Me, I will say it in the face. I'm Igbo and I'm proud, and I don't care what everybody says. It's injustice to one is injustice to all, and we need to call ourselves to order. Because I can tell you one thing, Nigeria is playing with fire. If anything happens to Nnamdi Kanu today, by mistake, then Nigeria will now understand what the game they are playing. Because it is something that they need to understand should not be taken for granted. They need to now, because it looks like a game. Now they are going to, the protest wants to happen. Of course, I can trust the federal government to play around, dance around it. But guess what? Everything get, like they say, like the common man says, everything has an expiring date. There's time for everything. Nobody knows tomorrow. Nobody knows tomorrow. I think we need to call ourselves to order as a people to start addressing with due respect, stupidity, because it is long overdue. I address my case here.
All right. Thank you, Jefferson. Let's go to Righteous Man, the first person joining us from Nigeria. We spend our Sundays and Saturdays talking about Nigeria. Most of us are now. Righteous Man, welcome to the show.
Yeah, Rudolph, good evening. And all the panelists, good evening. It's been raining here in Lagos and across the southeastern states. It's been very, very heavy. And reports getting to us is that most of these roads they claim they tar, most of them are washed off completely, washed away by erosion, which shows the quality of works that are being done here is quite appalling, So I don't know which subject do you want me to talk about.
The main road. Solution is working. Deputy Speaker, nke nọkwa na your constituency na-ekwe moto, odichekwa moto niile. Odichekwa moto niile nke abụkwa Amupitan n'ise bypass. Ụzọ aka lụrụ anyị na na-ekwe mmiri na-apa moto, na moto niile nwezikwa moto na-aga nwunye na-ekwuye moto niile odichego moto niile odigo store niile na-ekwuye nke welcome to Amuobia na enye welcome to Amuobia na-ekwuye na-ekwe ndị mmadụ ka ọ na-apachacha na-ekwuye na-ere ndị mmadụ ka ọ na-apacha alụ.
All right, Righteous Man, you were the one that mentioned the roads, and I remember that we have videos of some of the roads in Anambra State recently constructed by Soludo, how terrible they turned out to be. Go ahead. At least it's not the professor of practice in engineering that did those. That would have been terrible. Go ahead,
Rudolph, the truth is that even in Lagos State, where I reside, we don't have roads. They will just choose one of these track A roads and do their manipulated tile. Once they finish, they will show it billions have been spent. But the inner connecting roads is as worse as jungle, you know. It's just quite unfortunate. Honestly speaking, I love democracy and I'm a Democrat. But the type of democracy that is being practiced in Nigeria, I will tell you honestly, is far below. I think the worst military regime is better than the democracy we have today in Nigeria. There is no more freedom of speech in Nigeria. They say the army will harass you. We have been harassed by a civilian government today. There are radio programs, when you contribute, they will first warn you before you make a contribution, guide you, don't say anything, don't do this, don't do that. But I remember during June 12th, some of us were on radio making commentaries, saying things, and we were not arrested because of the speeches we made. It was only when we went out for a protest. So I don't understand. Nigeria is really going down. And it's quite unfortunate that, will I say, some privileged Nigerians that found themselves abroad became agents of a failed state to propagate what is not existing. Because sometimes at the background, when I listen to some of our brothers' comments here, I will begin to wonder. I said, are these people actually having conscience to say what they are saying, or they just want to please their paymasters? Because Nigeria is going down every day. All we hear is propaganda. All news that are being flashed in the main media, they are all propaganda. There is no element of truth in every one of them. Look at the INEC chairman that have been appointed. We don't have information about his early education in life. How can you start your educational career from university level, polytechnic level? And within 10 years of interval, you have reached to the position of a professor. I don't understand. And nobody is talking. Everybody is keeping quiet. And some people believe they are more superior, they are more educated than other groups in Nigeria. I was telling a friend recently, I say from independence to today, the two dominant tribes in Nigeria have ruled Nigeria and ruled Nigeria to a failed state. A failed state, and yet they proclaim they are wiser than every other tribe. They have managed the affairs of this country militarily and in the civilian regime. And yet Nigeria have not seen a progress that can be commensurate with the money and resources that have been exploited in this country. And yet these two major tribes that have held Nigeria captive since 1960 till date claim they are superior to others. And when they manipulate Igbos out of context of power, they believe they are superior. Okay, fine. Igbos have not been president of this country for 65 years. Where is Nigeria? Can we boast of electricity? As I'm talking to you now, I am burning fuel in my generator to have light. And not only me, so many millions of Nigerians. Look at the, is it a UN report or World Health Organization report? The lifespan of Nigeria now is put at Is it 46.3? The lowest in the whole world. The lowest in the whole world. And people are celebrating. So it's quite unfortunate. It's quite unfortunate. We are going nowhere as a country with what we have on ground now, with the kind of politics that are being played in this country, with tribalism and sentiment, with people not have moral virtue to say the truth and stand for truth. Nigeria goes nowhere. No matter how somebody cosmetics it, paint it, color it, make it look as if life is, worth living in Nigeria. I am telling you, it is a deception. Life is getting worse every day in Nigeria. Hundreds and thousands and millions of Nigerians go to bed on daily basis without food, without water, without electricity. Nothing has actually worked in this country. Absolutely nothing. If it is not the support of Nigerians that are overseas, this country would have collapsed. That is the truth. So that is just what I have to say for now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, righteous man. We appreciate that. We just a reminder, in the next 30 minutes, we are going to end this program and there will be a new stream. The next stream will start in about 30 minutes and forefathers will be your moderator. But before then, we are going to do our typical normal rant. That will be after the break. But before all that, let's welcome to the show, Ike. Ike, welcome to the show.
Hey, doctor.
How are you doing?
I throw away salute to everybody. God bless you. Happy Saturday to everybody. My brother, righteous man from Nigeria. God bless you. Where are we, doctor? I just came in. Stop laughing.
I like that. I like the people that will just walk in, like this is Sunday after service. What do you call that? Sunday school. Yes. Walk in anytime and say, hi, what did you read, Pastor?
Yes, exactly. And today is special for me because today is my wife's birthday. So we went out for enjoy ourselves.
Oh, yeah.
So I just came in to say, let me enjoy my brothers and sisters Dr. Dameji's show.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Say hi to her. We wish her all the best. And so we're talking about the topic now, which we're rounding up. You are the last person that weigh in, unless I missed anybody. We're talking about Sowore's campaign to free Nnamdi Kanu. We looked at it from many angles, where some people are writing in the comment section. For those that said I don't read them, I see comments about that P2B is stuck, in the sense that if he supports a campaign, if he goes out to match, he'll be in trouble. If he doesn't, he's in trouble. So he's putting some Igbo leaders in a tough situation. What are they going to do? Are they going to follow Sowore and go out there? Will Atiku be there? For those who did not, or who will not, what would that mean at the end? Will it be that they just talk, when it's time for action, they won't be part of that? So that's what we're discussing. And for you, what do you think? Do you think Sowore is doing this because of politics, or do you think that he's doing this because he cares about Nnamdi Kanu?
Thank you, my brother. First of all, let me say that I am one of the street urchins of obedience. So help me take it to Conquer that I am one of the street urchins of the obedient movement, right? He was part of us as a street urchin, but now he has moved on. So reminding that I'm still an urchin, street urchins. Is it urchins? You can pronounce it better than me. That is who I am. So people who are close to him should tell him that Brother Ike is still the street urchins of obedient movement. I'm not giving it away. I'm going to change my profile to street urchins of obedience, right? Damages, there is a lot of emotions attached to this issue, and personally, to me, I don't think that it's Sowore that is supposed to fight for the release of our brother Nnamdi Kanu. So this is political stunt. Personally, to me, I don't know what any other person feels, but to me, it's a political stunt, and he has been on the street for so many years. I've not seen whatever he has achieved with his program of protest and whatever. So I do not believe in all these emotions and sentiment that is being attached to it. Everybody everybody in Nigeria, the case of Nnamdi Kanu is not an Igbo issue. It's a national issue. So I don't want anybody to attach it to if Peter Obi says something, it's in trouble. If he doesn't say anything, he has said so many things. He has said something about Nnamdi Kanu before. He's not shouting on the street. So I don't see how it affects Mr. Peter Obi or any political leader in the East. The people that are holding in Nnamdi Kanu know them. I've always said it here, that the people that are holding in Nnamdi Kanu are the 5 eastern governors of eastern state. I've never met, KJ always handled this program. I've never hidden my anger to the governors of the eastern Nigeria. They are the people that are responsible, that are holding this back. With all these political leaders who claims, people like your professor in is it professor in what, in action or professor in working? You know, they are the people. You know, right? They are the people that are holding in Nnamdi Kanu. It's not me and you. So I don't want us to to raise so much emotion to this issue of Nnamdi Kanu. We all know that Nnamdi Kanu case is a national issue. I do not want to tribalize the case of Nnamdi Kanu, because when the time of Sunday Igboho and the rest of the people from the people from the north, you know, it wasn't a tribal issue, it was a national issue. So if they decide that they don't want to release Nnamdi Kanu, I don't think it is me and you that is holding Nnamdi Kanu. But the people that are supposed to speak for all of us here are the people that are holding Nnamdi Kanu. When did Atiku? Was it today that Nnamdi Kanu that is in prison? Where has Atiku been all these years? Where has he been? Why is it now? Good luck, Jonathan. Is it today? He was the former president of Nigeria. He has been in Nigeria. Where are they all this while? All of a sudden, everybody is here releasing Nnamdi Kanu on October 20. And at the end of the day, people are attaching so much emotions, and the Igbos are killing themselves, bombarding themselves with so many ugly words. We should be smart. We should be intelligent. Nobody is enjoying that Nnamdi Kanu is still in prison, but we should be cautious about trying to destroy our own selves because of this issue. We know what is the problem. Nigerians know why Nnamdi Kanu is being held up to today. There is no reason that he's supposed to still be there. And if nothing else, if we Nigerians are being honest to themselves, for medical reasons, why are you still holding this young man? People who are in the medical field has explained the case and the consequences of Nnamdi Kanu, present health issues as lacking of potassium. I'm not a medical doctor, but the people who are in the medical field have explained the danger of the health of this young man. What is Nigeria? What is Nigeria waiting for? For Nnamdi Kanu to die in prison? Is it what is going to be good for Nigeria? Is it going to be benefit to anybody? Those who are trying to wash their hands off and trying to pin it on some certain people. None of us is going to wash our hands off to whatever happened to that young man. So I sincerely believe that all this political stunt of Sowore, I am not part of it, and I'm not going to be part of it. And anybody who is trying to say, we know the people that are doing this for Dr. Damages, the people, the political leaders in the Southeast, the traditional rulers in the Southeast, those who claim to speak for me and you, where are they for all these years? So I don't think that is this young man that is going to do it. I'm not telling him that he shouldn't be his activist that he is. I'm not telling him he shouldn't go and demonstrate that he has been doing all these years. But I don't think, for me personally, that he is the person who is going to speak before the government of this country releases Nnamdi Kanu. So I personally think that the people that are holding Nnamdi Kanu, they know them. The government and the political leaders know the people that are responsible that this young man is still there, because they are afraid of their political foundation, because their political foundation is going to crumble the day that door is open. They put a key to that door, and then they kind of comes out of that particular and breathe a normal fresh air. Their political story will end in the Southeast. They are the people that are making it impossible for this young man to be released. So personally, to me, I do not believe in what Sowore is doing.
All right, thank you so much. We are going to we are rounding up because we want to maintain. Hold on, okay.
Nnamdi.
All right.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, today's I'm here with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He's, as you all know, the IPOB leader, and we had a private meeting and also a general one which will be published. As you all know that I've been passionate about, and he has also been passionate about, but on a different plane. And we respect those boundaries. And but we had a very, very useful conversation today, so that everybody that's aspiring for a just and fair society, you know, can come together and rise up now and bring about an end to the sorrow and the suffering and the domination and the oppression that has become almost synonymous with our genes in Nigeria. So, as you all know, you probably haven't seen me with him because it's our first time of meeting. And those of you out there who think that we have such big differences that we can't talk, well, you know that when people have revolutionary minds, these minds meet and the bodies eventually will meet. So it's a pleasure to introduce you to that moment. You know, more of this will come out later, and the statements and video will come out also from our friend who monitor this meeting. So thank you so much, Kazi, for the meeting. And to say hello to our people on our side.
Yes. Hello to all people that follow and listen to us, our reporters and my good friend here. So what our discussion has yielded today is a confirmation that people can come together, that there isn't much of a difference between that which we are fighting for, because that is justice, isn't it? That's what we are fighting for, is justice. That we know and hope that the people that found themselves today trapped in that contraption called Nigeria will one day be free. And it takes people to do it. It will come from heaven. We have to do it. We have to let to do it, and it must be done.
That's right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I hope to see you again soon. This is the beginning.
All right. Someone asked on the comment section, I think it was Machuku, why are you showing this video? I'm showing the video because I want to make sure that everybody watching, they are aware that this Sowore being involved in this conversation about Nnamdi Kanu wasn't something that just started. That they actually, I was in that hotel the day they met for the first time. And that was the day I interviewed Nnamdi Kanu for my own channel.
That was 2019, Rudolph, right? That was 2019.
Yeah, I think so. I don't remember the day, but I think so. Yeah. All right. I saw Concern here. Where is he? Concern. I'll give you. We are rounding up. I just wanted us to prepare to rant after a break, but I want to hear from Concerns and Pansat, and then we go to rant. Hold on, Concerns. There was a question by Shegun on the comments section. Why is it that I think I want, if anybody wants to address this. Shegun, I forgot the exact wording of the question, but something about why is it that Igbo people do not want others to help them or something. Shegun, if you can retweet that. Okay, I got it. It says, why do Igbos believe that other tribes cannot fight or lead their cause? Please, someone answer me. Maybe Pansat will answer you. Let's hear from Concerns first, and then Pansat will round up, and then we go to get a break and then come back with rants. Go ahead, Concerns.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, and thank you, all the panelists. You see, I don't concur or believe what concur with Mr. Ike, even though I know that he's a good Igbo man. You know, he speaks the heart of many of Igbos. But today, I don't concur with him. So what Sowore is doing is what any good-hearted human being can do. Nnamdi Kanu dear that is in that jail. If you're a great human being, you must be crying whenever you see that, whenever you see him there. Because how can somebody be locked up till now? And in a country that you see other tribe, you see like the Fulanis, Their people are coming to negotiate with the government, and the other people, like some of the other Igbos or some of the Yoruba, they don't care. They don't care. If if that the South are people who are really have a conscience, honestly speaking, they're supposed to protest. All of them, the South, the whole the whole South Southerners supposed to protest. Because why should the Northerners be negotiating the government openly? Like now we have two presidents in Nigeria. What you have now is two presidents. The Fulani that is having all these ammunitions on the body, and the president who's really not. That's what we have now. So if the South are really have conscience, know that this country doesn't belong to the Fulanis. There's all the whole South, not only Igbo, not only the Yorubas, all of them, the youth supposed to be protesting. Not protesting for Natasha in the Senate, not protesting for nonsense. They're supposed to protest because this concerns everybody. If, for example, what this man is saying today, let's divide the country. This issue of Igbo leaders are the one holding Nnamdi Kanu. It's not Igbo leaders. Igbo leaders have met Buhari, met all these people before. Let us understand that Nigerians are dealing with a terrorist country. Buhari was once this one of the Boko Haram, and when he's leaving, he handed this terrorist to Tinubu, and that is what is happening today. The people who doesn't want Nigeria to divide are the people who are holding Nnamdi Kanu. Whenever Rufai already said, you can't come into Nigeria and say you want to divide. It's better you said that this what the Fulanis are doing is just a small business are doing, kidnapping people and get them. But that's not it. The problem is those that are saying divide Nigeria. So when you look at them, you can see even 3 days ago, the Fulani said they will organize a protest to see that Nnamdi Kanu is not out. Whenever, even if you look at social media, you see what they're talking. Whenever I mention Nnamdi Kanu should be out, they're not happy. Because those people doesn't want anything that will say divide the country. And that is where the problem lies. Dividing this country will help people. For example, if the South will divide the country, now the South be able to manage themselves. All the whole Southerners behave like one. In as much as have small problems, but to behave like one. But this issue of the Fulanis or the Hausa, even Fulanis, they don't behave like any Nigerian people, any tribe in Nigeria. So that's the problem. And they're holding Nigeria to ransom. So when somebody comes here and said, Igbos are holding Igbos, Igbos went to Buhari, many of them, the leaders went to Buhari. When this man, Ibuho came out, the Yorubas went to Buhari, or the Yorubas went to Tinubu. So let us not be called Igbo leaders, Igbo. The court is holding Nnamdi Kanu, and that court is being manipulated by Tinubu and his people. So whenever they said release him, that's the people going to release him. If the Igbo leader said don't release him, and Tinubu knows as a president of the country, he knows that when Nnamdi Kanu is out, it will bring peace to the east. It will bring peace to the country. It will also make all the world to know that yeah, these people are doing the right thing. He will have to release him. He cannot say, oh, Nnamdi Kanu, governor of Imo State or governor of Anambra said don't release, then he keep. No, that's not true. And if it is what they're doing, forget about them. Release this man. I don't think these people have conscience, or because we're dealing with the terrorist people. Don't they have conscience? They must have conscience to release this man. This man didn't do anything. Well, if he can release, if he can negotiate with those bastards in that place, killing people, destroying people's life, raping women and every day, and then he cannot ask this man to go out. That means there's drug dealers doesn't have conscience. That's what we have to understand. If you see a drug dealer or any terrorist, it doesn't have conscience. So that is why Nnamdi Kanu is still where he is today. For the Bonny people, you see when people are talking about Igbos doesn't want criticizing the fire. How many people were that a video? About 10 urchins who Umahi gave maybe 3,000 naira. It does that depend the interest of the Igbos. Those are just people who are not who I don't know what I'm going to call them. And this is why we say divide the country. Because this is now people learn this. These people are learning this from the Fulanis. It's only the Fulanis before when you talk something, they start protesting. Hey, why are you calling that people? Now this is what they're learning. The Igbos are learning. The Ebony people are learning. Let us not forget that this Ebony Umahi was the one who, when he was ruling, he was trying to convert his people to Muslim. To Muslim. So let us, when things are happening on that side, let us not say it's Igbos. This will continue to happen. People will continue to learn from nonsense from other people as long as we are together. And this togetherness is not helping us and it will not help us. People, our houses have been destroyed, our this have been destroyed, business have been destroyed. What are we benefiting from that? Even the people of the south, east, south, even the southwest, they're not to be, even those who are here now, those who are supporting Tinubu, now they're crying here. Now they're saying, we don't know what is happening. So Tinubu himself, let me tell you people, Tinubu, the country, the south is supposed to help Tinubu. Because that man there is not the one there. He's being controlled by the Fulanis. And he's afraid that he doesn't want to miss that, or he doesn't want to do anything that maybe they will kill him or something like that. That's why he's doing what he's doing. If that might be only that man, I don't think that the country will be like. But the problem is that maybe the agreement with him as a terrorist he is was with Buhari, because they're the one that bring these terrorists inside here. Rufai, Tinubu, Buhari, and most of them, they're the one that bring these terrorists. That's why people are dying. You are talking about the country. Why not to stop terrorism? Why not stop? How are you going to stop the terrorism where the people who are supporting the terrorists are not arrested? If you can arrest those who are supporting these terrorists today, honestly speaking, that this killing will stop. But they don't want to arrest them. Tinubu knows them. The government knows them, but they don't want to arrest them. Why are they not arresting them? That's the problem Nigerians are supposed to ask. And me, I talk about the South. Let the South don't know they're selling their birthright to the Fulanis. Anything Fulanis do is good. But for the South, anything the South do, it's not only the Igbos. Anything the South do is a problem. So let them continue. Tomorrow, when a Fulani man goes there, the South will finish. All the whole South, they will know where they keep themselves. Since they cannot even protest at this time now, that Nnamdi Kanu, they believe that Nnamdi Kanu is just an Igbo man. Nnamdi Kanu is talking for the interest of the whole South. Not only for Igbos. Thank you, Dr. Damages.
All right, concerns. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we are out of time. It's interesting that when we are rounding up, that's when people will start coming and they all want to weigh in on everything that has been discussed or is being discussed. But we have to draw a line at certain points. I have only 3 hours for my segment. And I get a knock. People knock me on the head every week when I go over 3 hours. So from next week, I'm sorry, I won't be. If you just come in late, you have to wait for the second stream. All right. Let me hear from you, Tony, and then Dexter. Go ahead, Tony.
Greetings, Dr. Damages. Quite some time. I've been off the platform. And greetings, everybody on the platform.
Hi,
where do we start from? Let me just, because of time, let me just take the Nnamdi Kanu case. I think it's, for me, I agree with Benson or concern, that you just can't, it will be oversimplifying this issue when you put the whole blame on our Igbo leaders. I don't think that would be right. Because there are Igbo leaders who have gone to even detention because of Nnamdi Kanu. There are people who have been fighting, who have been speaking. Aberibe is one of them, Agocha is one of them, and we don't know those who would have silently also been talking and, intervening on his behalf. So I don't think that is right. But I think the focus really, if you look at the propriety of the case, we have had judgment from the Supreme Court, from the lower court, from a court in Kenya, and they have all spoken mostly in favor of Nnamdi Kanu, indicting the government for the continued detention of Nnamdi Kanu. He's been there for years now, and fair is fair. We've said this so many times here. If you are looking at the justice of the case, you don't need people to go and beg the president to go and beg anybody, because you have people, my people in the Niger Delta, they took arms against the state. They killed soldiers, they killed naval people, they exploded the pipes, and then it caused a serious economic problem for the country. It was downturn in our revenue from oil. But, at the end of the day, President Yaradua, had the handshake with them, and they are free now. Some of them are millionaires, some of them have universities. They are working freely. You go to the Southwest, you see almost the same thing. You have Igboho there. You even have people who invaded the secretariat in Ibadan, armed, declaring a state of Oduduwa. You know, some of them are walking free. And then if you go to the north, of course, you see there are catalogs of examples that you can give, whether it's Boko Haram, ISWAP, Mahmuda, you know, they rehabilitate them, put some of them in the army, you know, discuss with them, shake hands with them, go and see them, and so on and so forth. Handle them with kid gloves. So what has Nnamdi Kanu done that any of these people have not done? Well, you may not like his style. I don't like his style. But, you know, if you look at the justice of this case, I think the government is the Nigerian. I don't think the government has done well holding Nnamdi Kanu. I feel that there must be a reason other than just the things that he said or he did. You know, I think it's unfair. I think it's injustice. I don't want to say it's because he's an Igbo person, but I want to say that they have not been fair to the man. No matter how you look at it. So I don't know why this thing cannot be resolved. You know, I don't know why the case is delayed and why the man should be in detention and why he should go through all the harrowing experiences that he has had, including the rendition and the way they have tortured him in prison. And the fact that right now he has a challenge with his health, and they won't let him go, they won't grant him bail. So I don't think Nigeria has been fair to that man, no matter what he has done. You are supposed to be presumed innocent until you're found guilty. But now, he's already guilty before they find him. That's how it appears. Even though they have not sentenced him already, they have declared him guilty, and that's not what our jurisprudence say. So that's my position concerning Nnamdi Kanu. And I think we should stop this blaming of Igbo leaders and so on and so forth. That's my point. So let me just stop so that my brother Pansat can come in.
All right, thank you so much. Let's hear from Pansat. We are totally out of time and we have to quickly round up. Go ahead, Pansat.
All right, thank you very much again, Rudolph and fellow panelists. I believe one of the most important points to remember from Tony's submission is that Nnamdi Kanu is not guilty. He went through the courts and he was not found guilty. But let me just make it short. It's not a protest that's going to release Nnamdi Kanu from that dungeon. It's going to come from here, the United States, and it's in Kuwait, INCHOATE, and they know it. But we shouldn't take anything away from Sowore's efforts. I commend him for doing that. He's a courageous guy, and he's doing exactly what he's very good at doing. Now, he does mess it up a little bit by utterances and lack of judgment. We should work together, just like he does when he's doing a protest. He doesn't stand there and say, who's morally right, who's ethical to join me to do a protest. He goes, he invites people, and he does his thing. So, but let me just tell all Nigerians who are always mouthing off about Igbos and this and that. Igbo leaders are just as bad as leaders from other areas. It's a cabal. It's a criminal thing they're doing. Akpabio, Wike, the Edo governor, Monde Pueblo. There's nobody who's going to sit there running their mouth about Igbo leaders. Of course, these leaders are not our leaders. Nobody picked those people. They rig themselves into office, and they're corrupt, and they start doing other things. But it's always people trying to make snide remarks about Igbos, people who are not even up to our pinky toe. You go to a motor park, in the Aba motor park now, anybody you pick out of there is going to be better than anybody that's living in any other part of the country. That's how far we are. But that's not what we're talking about. What's going to release Nnamdi Kanu is going to come from Donald Trump here in the United States. Ted Cruz. Now, that's another thing you're missing on your show, Rudolph. Ted Cruz and the Christians in the Senate here, they have mobilized to stop the massacre of northern Muslims. We don't have moderates in that country. They're Islamic terrorists. And that's only, they don't want Nnamdi Kanu released, because in any society, normally you're going to have some people, just like we're having some Igbos are going to be, we don't want Nnamdi Kanu released. Some Yorubas are going to say, we don't want Nnamdi Kanu released, but some are going to say, we want Nnamdi Kanu released. Some Yorubas will say, we want Nnamdi, but you go to the north, none of them want Nnamdi Kanu released because they're terrorists. But they already got the message. They know there's something coming down there to have him released. It's not going to be Sowore's march that's going to release Nnamdi Kanu. What's going to release Nnamdi Kanu comes under what's called Christian persecution in Nigeria. And it's a major story this week, in that I don't know how you missed it, Rudolph. You must have a second job. So all I have to say, we should help in the discussion that we're having. Thank you very much.
Oh, Pansat, can you hear us?
I'll conclude right there. I think I have a bad connection. So,
all right. Thank you, Pansat. Quickly, let's see if we can get a minute to, where is he? Dexter? Okay. Dexter, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Damages and everybody. I think this issue has been overflowed. So just summarize. I think, first of all, I support what Sowore is doing. I support him 100%. You know, the truth is that the liberation of Nigeria, if we narrow it down to ethnic and tribal lines, Nigeria will not be liberated, because the so-called politicians who are benefiting from it, that's what they want. They want that division. So if there is anybody that is promoting the liberation of Nnamdi Kanu, but not on a tribal line, I support that. I support that 100%. And another thing is, Nigeria is the way we are talking, let the governors do this. We're expecting justice in a corrupt system. And it just shows that many of us, the Nigerians who have lived for over 30 years, still don't understand that you are mixing apples and oranges. They don't really come together. Anybody that is expecting the Nigerian system to work, you are greatly mistaken. The way Nigeria has been structured, if anybody Nigeria has done 65 years and it's not working. And you're still repeating the same thing, and then you are saying, it will work. It can't work. And all these optimists religious people that come and make people have hope, it's not going to work. You can't have a criminal system and then you want justice from that criminal system. If you are sitting in that place and you are still thinking that justice will come from that system, then we need to reassess your mental capacity to understand that it's not going to work. And a typical example of what you can see in Nigeria is the Lupeng strike that happened because of Dangote refinery. And I have friends who are members of Lupeng, family members who are there, and they were arguing. They couldn't see any justification. And what was their reason? Because their own court. Because, Lupeng fought and then they have a good welfare for themselves. That's why they say they must join the strike. But when I ask, why are you pushing into a private, no, they didn't want to hear that part of the argument. And I just said, why don't you push for a fair wage across Nigeria? Why don't you push for a fair wage? If you say your fight is justified, why don't you people push for it? No. Why would the other people have their own association? And that is the typical system of Nigeria. And anybody say, it has to be Igbos, that's what you're saying. And the truth is that until we collectively, another thing we should face the fact is that not everybody in Nigeria reasons as in the same level. It's not to cast aspersions on anybody, but a section of Nigeria does not have the same ideology of other sections. So in the ideal sense, if Nigeria was to work, everybody should move at their own pace. You know, not this one of either one person will be holding the stick in front and say, you cannot run, you are Usain Bolt, but you must run at a space of, you must run your 100 meters at 11 seconds. 11 seconds. No, Usain Bolt can do 9.58 seconds. You know, it won't work that way. And I think we here must come to that realization. Until we push for that system, I don't support that is violent revolution. But we must come to realize that there is truth in what Sowore is saying. As much as I'm not his biggest fan, but I must be able to realize there is truth in what he's saying. If we really want Nigeria to work, especially those people who have gone outside and seen how the West is better, then there must be a revolution. There must be a change. Typical example, people are making new tax laws. The people have no input. The people of the states, of the citizens of the country have no input in that tax law. Somebody just sat down, looked at American model, looked at British, and starts writing a tax law. They have not even thought of all the money, the crude oil, all the resources you have taken from these people. What have you given them back? Nothing. You have a minister that cannot account for the road. They ask him to provide accountability for the road. No accountability. All the ministers don't want to account for anything, but yet you want to put extra burden on the people. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dexter. Jonava, you have the final say before we take a break and then rant. Jonava, go ahead.
All right, Rudy, good afternoon from here. It's nice to see you. You're looking younger as always, and fellow panelists. I want to just have one question to ask you. And the question is yes or no question. Is there a Christian genocide going on in Nigeria? To you, Dr. Rudy, that you know of, yes or no?
Why are you trying to? I'm not expressing my opinion here.
I'll answer for you, Rudolph.
No,
yes.
no, let's ask on that point. That's a good question, actually, Jonava. I should tell you this. It's a good question, but there are certain things that yes or no is not a good answer. You know, it's not. It doesn't serve any purpose because all you say is that you say there's genocide, or you say there's no genocide, but that doesn't solve. People are dying in Nigeria. Many of them are Christians, and many of them are Muslims. And I can decide by looking at Nigeria and say, as far as I'm concerned about Christians and they are dying. And that's what I will push, that Christians are dying. And somebody else can look at it and say Nigerians are dying. You know, so it's not about no or yes.
No, but when you say people are dying, you can refer to it as in general, but when majority of people being killed are Christians, then you can now narrow it down, whether it's yes or no, but I understand you're a good journalist. You don't want to answer it.
Yeah, no, it's not my role, and there's nothing that can do any good. Right. People are dying. If people, hold on, the people who are saying this are interested in Christian, I want to hear more people saying we should stop people from dying and do something about it. But people are not doing that, but people are ready to debate whether it's Christian. People should not be dying. People have not said people should not be dying. Even the people debating, should they be Christian or shouldn't be, people should not say Christians are dying. But they are not willing to say we have to go out there and make sure this is not happening. If a government has been there for 2 years and people are still dying and they can't solve that problem, and you are coming out to say you want to re-elect the government, that makes me, I'm worried about you. But when it's the issue of whether they are Christians or not, then people will wake up and want to debate. I don't think that's
okay. Can I answer because you asked us?
No, don't answer. Don't answer.
You asked us for the question. Can I answer?
No. Don't ask me, not you. You want to drag us to go all the way.
Secondly, Ted Cruz, there was a power shutdown in Texas. Ted Cruz that is pushing this narrative that is shoot for his own political career and popularity and his own propaganda. He went to Cancun, Mexico, left everybody in Texas in darkness as a senator. People died that period. You can find out how many people died. Secondly, there is no, the what we are having in Nigeria, you can call it what it is. It's not particularly to a Christian. People are dying in the east. People are dying in the north. In fact, the Boko Haram or the bandit in the north, they kill more Muslims than Christians. So to allow ourselves, people have the right to have their view, like you said. But history will look at it and say, when this happened and you did not speak to it, you allow a senator from Texas to divide you guys because it's easy when it's played by tribal and by religion to divide you guys. But that is not the truth. He do not even, he's the most popular senator in the history of Texas and in the history of American Senate. And whatever he's pushing, he's not pushing it because he have any interest in Nigeria. It's just to buy into things that we want to hear. So that is about that. In this, Benue have been, Benue or the Middle Belt have suffered more casualty in the hands of bandits and all of that. And most cases, they even have attacked at the Muslim community. If you talk about the Agatu people, if you go to Benue, I know Benue history, Agatu people are more of Muslim than any other Idoma tribe. So it's not about tribe, it's not about religion issue, it's about what is happening across Nigeria. So, and then when it comes to issue of Sowore, I think it's a good political strategist for him. I think whatever he's doing is good. It's more political, more political to me than to drag all those people from the east to the whatever he want them to be dragged into. And Husseini and the other guy, I'm just summarizing my own thing because I watched you from the very beginning. Husseini and whatever all those talk that they hired. The notion is also one of your panelist says that we should give more credit to Tinubu, that Tinubu is what Husseini is saying. If you say during Buhari and the rest, he could have been locked up. That is not true. The shortest time that this guy have been there, he have passed more law on cybercrime and locked more journalists, even though he was an activist than Buhari. That is not true. So, and I think we from the diaspora should push back on issues that we just want to say because we've just come that Rudolph give us opportunity here. There are many, the media is over there. You can always create your own thing, but that is not true. The people are suffering, are silent under this regime than any other regime in the past, even though Buhari was military and all of that. Under this Tinubu, people cyber crime issue that there's not in the law have been implemented to just silence Nigeria. So think having said that, it's good to see your friend JJ Media. I'm going to be exiting. I'm in the office. It's good to see most of them. He is a good man sometimes, but it's more good than evil. So it's good to see him. Thank you.
All right, Janaba, thank you so much. JJ Media, sometimes you're a good man.
Yeah, John Abba, he just threw me under the bus and he want to run away. Anyway, thank God you're not John Abba Kiari. So,
all right, welcome back. Thank you so much for joining us. How are you doing?
Yeah, really good day.
Yeah, how are you doing?
So, I'm all right. Keeping well. Greetings, everyone. Greetings, everyone. So, what's in the happen?
We're rounding up. We're about to rant. I would like you to join us in the rant when we take a break. But before then, we've been talking about several issues. We had several topics, but we ended up talking about two only: Nnamdi Kanu and Sowore's lead of a campaign to free him, and where he boxes Igbo leaders in terms of whether they should participate or not. And then we spoke about, I can't remember. But that's the one. That's the last thing we talked about. Oh, we talked about Husseini. Oh, actually, you can actually weigh in on both of them. Rufai, Husseini, and Umahi. These are good topics for you. Yeah, go ahead. We'll give you 10 minutes.
I have interest in those. So before I get people get me worked up. But I think the altercation, should I call it altercation? I mean, the engagement between Rufai Hosseini and Engineer Dave Umahi, I don't know. It was quite unfortunate, right? Because if I was in the minister's shoes, I would have given I understand what he means, that all the areas are not the same. Some areas are swampy, but there is a projected cost, overall projected cost for that. So if Rufai wanted to be cynical, all he could have done is to say 15 trillion divided by 740 or 750 kilometers, and whatever whatever the numbers is, you can push the number out there. And know that also, these are projected costs. Nobody is expecting. There is a high-speed rail in England that was supposed to connect, I think, London to Birmingham, right? Or that, and I think it's called the cross country. I think it's 10x, or no, maybe 3 or 4x since the cost. So the costs keep moving. And you talk about inflation, you talk about that our currency is doing janglova. So the cost can never be the same in a year, in 2 years, because it would always be doing like the solution janglova in Oka. There's something must be pushing it, and this. So there's no way. Huh?
The Fun City.
Oh, okay, yeah. You even know better than I do. The Fun City. It's like you've been going there to have fun. But anyway, so it was, in my view, there was a projected cost of that. So I think what Rufai was trying to do, some would say mischievously so, was to have a sound bite, right? Because it's good. And Umahi felt, I don't want to give you the sound bite, because if I give you the sound bite, that will now be, anyone can cut out that place. You told us it was going to be 40 billion per kilometer, but now we are at 300 billion per kilometer. So that kind of sound bite was what he was trying to. But obviously, it didn't end well. And I think is a 1-0. It's Rufai 1, the minister 0. So maybe there might be a rematch. But I think, let me leave that a little bit. And what John Abbott said before he left, I want to weigh in a little bit here. And that is on the Nigerian Christian genocide narrative. There is something that happened that maybe many Nigerians didn't pay attention. Timeline matters in all this. When did all of a sudden the news everywhere that there is genocide in Nigeria? International Politics 101. Your vice president went to America, near less than maybe 10 kilometers from where Rudolph Okonkwo lives, in the heart of New York.
That's
and he stood there.
Inviting people to your house. Oh, go ahead. They know the exact kilometers.
Anyone in New York will know. I mean, anyway, so that's a thing that when you look at it, actually, the vice president in his speech supported Israel. Sorry, supported the Palestinian, right? And that speech, in my view, was what led to what we are now witnessing. So those who were not comfortable with that speech, it's like when you're mudslinging now, you look for the dirtiest part of the mud and knock somebody. The other person, he's going to keep quiet. No, he's going to look for something to plaster you with real mud. And now that Nigeria is suffering from that real mud, if you ask me. Because if we want to be objective, sometimes I told someone where I had an interview yesterday, I said, I always want to walk away from this, because you would come out being accused of, some will say, Maz, okay, you are naive. Some will say you're sabo. Some will, sometimes when you want to be objective, it doesn't go well with Nigerian audience, right? I do not want to believe, maybe then I will agree, I'm naive, that there is a genocide. Go and read the definition of genocide. What I think is happening in Nigeria is the failure of government. It is the failure of government that made us believe that there was Islamic invasion, there was Fulani invasion, because government failed in prosecuting those who have committed crime. You are a headsman from, I don't know, anywhere, from Mali or from anywhere, and you, because of the ECOWAS protocol, you have the free movement to move into Nigeria and the Sahel or West African region. Then in the process, you commit crime. Honestly, I do not give a damn. I don't care whether you're from Mali, from Niger. I don't care that you take your cow and enters into somebody's farm. That person must pay the highest price. The state must take charge. Now, it is because the state failed to do the things timely, because time is of essence. The people will now want to couch their own narrative, and in couching their own narrative, what they think is happening, the state then also appears to be weakened and not able to deal with what the citizens were crying about, because the citizens are saying, these guys are coming in here, they are killing us. I spoke to someone from the Middle Belt. He said that when some of these things happen, they cry out for government to come. They won't until the attackers are gone. This was under Buhari. Think about it. Under Tinubu, Tinubu is from the southwest. Whether you may like Tinubu or you hate him, one thing you may know that Tinubu is liberal in thinking. If Tinubu is liberal in thinking, of what benefit would it be for Tinubu to support genocide against the Christians that the wife is a pastor on one plank? I think what is then the problem is, it's irrespective of what Tinubu as a person thinks. The structure around the security architecture and apparatchik in Nigeria appears to be what is weighing decisions down. And if it weighs decisions down, that these those that were wielded our power to make decisions on our behalf are unable to now protect the lives. Then comes the geopolitics, international politics. There is a weak link. They knock you through your weak link, and everyone is shouting, "Oh, it's genocide here, genocide there." The question is, no one should die in Nasarawa. No one should die in Benue. No one should die in Anambra, be it Enugu or Bayelsa, on no account, whether it is community clash, because that you died by community clash, or that you've been killed by herdsmen, or that you've been killed by terrorists, or that should not have an issue. Anyone who engages in that should and must be brought to book timely. But it is the absence of these, one, the timely engagement, two, and public prosecution is what then drives this narrative. And again, I'm a Christian, yes, but understand that there are some element of, but that will be a discussion for another day. There is element of, I wouldn't say business, but fundraising that goes on with certain narrative. But we can take on that on another day. But my my final submission here is, Rudolph, the state is not doing right. When I mean the state, the Nigerian state is not doing right. The inability of the Nigerian state to protect our citizens everywhere they live within this confine called Nigeria. When you reel out the statistics, people will say, hey, you're defending the Muslims. In Castina, when you hear that people die bandits, terrorists come, they kill. Majority of the people they kill are the same fate. We have seen mosques being bombed the same way they bomb. It's just that a bunch of, I don't know how to classify them, a bunch of idiots basically trying to cause mayhem, cause them in mosques, cause them in churches, you know, maybe with the mind that the Christians and the Muslims probably would at some point fight it out to have some sort of civil war. And the only person and the only entity that has what it takes to stop it is the state. Sadly, the state is not acting fast enough and not being decisive enough to stop this from happening. But what the government is doing now, and that's actually silly, rather than begin to address it now as it is hot, as they say in Nigerian parlance, you know, make some changes, some things visible, speak to it. But what the president did was speak to us through the corners, in the words of Sowore, by the corners, as he went to Imo State. He said, "Oh, there is no Christians are not being killed in Nigeria." If you look at it, that statement is false, because Christians are being killed in Nigeria, but not that it may be classified as genocide, but their inability to deal with it timely, as I said, is what your moment to do. The inability of the government to do that is what is happening. Anyway, one man went to the mall, and one man went to the mall will be the next president.
All right.
Are you?
Okay, thank you. Before you go disappear from here, let me ask you, you had a lot of things that people were talking about, the reaction of people to a performance of Rufai Oseni in that interview. As a professional, you work with NTA, you know, you went to broadcasting school. Most of us didn't go to that school. We went to writing school. But what is your assessment of Rufai's performance?
You know, everybody has their way of interviewing. I personally, when I interview to still have you back. I would have asked the whole question that Rufai asked, but without probably appearing to be combative, right? Had Rufai probably started as a joke, Minister, you reported me to the president. No, you know, you can tell somebody to shut up and nothing happens. It doesn't feel. By the way, in that state, while Rufai was saying, there was a time he told the minister to shut up. If you play that, there was a time he told the minister, but the minister didn't take offense because it was about the manner that was said. It is in Rufai's nature to appear to be combative. There were things people were writing on X. They say if it was Sheon Okimbaloye, he would ask you this, but if it's Rufai will say, "I heard you stole money. Is it true that you stole money?" Now, it's about style. If you watch BBC Hard Talk, I don't think this President Tinubu will be able to go to BBC Hard Talk or Mahe to BBC Hard Talk because of the way Shako asks his question. Very combative and very straight to the point. Like when he asked Obasanjo, that Obasanjo at some point really, you know, that Nigerian-ness in us came out. It's that line of questioning. But that doesn't mean that it is the only way you can question. There are people, again, I say that it depends on individual way of asking questions. Because at the end of the day, I mean, some are saying, if it's Sheon or if it's myself, bet me, I will keep coming back. You have not answered my question on this particular thing. And sometimes when you push something, because again, you must pay attention that you are there to have a serious conversation with somebody for that person to come back again, because it's about continuity and repeat business. Not that somebody, gets so offended and walks away. It defeats all the whole purpose, right? And from what has happened now, I honestly doubt if Umahi would now have another engagement with Rufai. He want to probably avoid that. I do not know if you think as a businessman, I don't know if it makes business a decision. But that same information you wanted to get out, you could have, in my view, gotten it out without being too combative. But it's a style, and I do not think everybody who goes to Rufai knows that is the style. Ruben Abati would probably get the same, or even OG. OG would probably get the same, or Ayo, without necessarily sounding that way. So they're all quite different. And even you, Rudolph, I know you can be hard as well, but you might throw in some jokes there. And
I like what you said about coming back, because for us online, where they don't put priority to what we do here, we want them to come back. But for Arise, they know that they will eventually come back, because they can't keep going to channels. But let me ask you, Peter B very well. Do you think he's going to be part of this protest that Sowore is organizing? Do you think Peter B will go there?
I don't know. I haven't spoken to him on that. I don't know, and he hasn't made anything, so I won't speak for him, right? I had a meeting with him on Monday, but aside that, it's not something that I'm aware of. But if you ask me, actually, on the planned protest, it's just that our man Sowore has taken the show. And again, I begrudge him not. It is once again the failure of leadership that he has now gone, and people are now saying even the Jonathan he called the worst president is now the one he says he goes to meet. And they see that's what I'm saying. That's repeat business, because at some point he's gone back to the same man that he helped in yanking off. Good luck, I beg now, easy. He has gone back to the same man that he helped in taking out of office. And that is the thing people must learn. There is no permanent enemy in this business. The same person you go on, don't like Pharaoh to me, Pharaoh to me wrote, do not die in their war. The same person you will be thinking, oh, let's go and destroy this. At the same time, you might see that individuals are eventually coming together. So, but my take would have been, I would have wanted Abia State to take lead in this. Hear me out. Will Sowore's protests lead to any conversation? I doubt. I'm being honest here. It will only be street razzmatazz. If that protest was led by Abia State House of Assembly as they planned, but I think I can, for now, I don't even understand. I try to reach the speaker if I will have a conversation with him for tomorrow, because I wanted to understand why they are not taking lead. When government of a state engages, the outcome is normally different. It's just like when people say, give us Biafra, or give us the referendum. How? Enahoro, when he moved the motion for Nigerian independence, he didn't do that from his bedroom. If he was not part of the assembly, whatever conversation you are talking on the street, the highest they will tell you, they will throw you tear gas, would amount to nothing. You must come, and those in government already must lead such engagement. That is what I am. And let me tell you, what is going to happen on the 20th is you will see name calling. Oh, this person didn't come. This person didn't come. This person didn't come. That's all. That's the whole thing will be modeled up in name calling. This person is against Mr. A. This person is against Mr. B because he didn't turn up. But if that was done within this established institution, I think probably would have had more traction on that.
Why did nobody in the Southeast think about doing this before now? Was it that the assessment was that it won't bring any results?
I think, honestly, the Southeast, with the leaders, had a different array of engagement. There was an interview by Ojuzo Carlo. Sometimes we don't pay attention enough. We are too emotional sometimes to start cursing people, call people name, write whatever, keyboard warriors. But whether you like Ojuzo Carlo or hate him, if you pay attention to that interview, I think with Seun Okinbaloye, when Seun asked him that question, and he said that he was not going to comment on this because he has already been engaging the president. I am aware that Ohaneze, the Southeast governors, have been engaging the president. I am not privy to whatever, and he said he wasn't going to say what they discussed. I'm not privy to what they have discussed. Now, if certain conversations are already taking place and they are confident, but it's about timing, that these things will then eventually turn out in the positive light, then going to do hoya, those who know will definitely back out. I can guarantee you. Take it from me that those who have been engaging with the president will not be seen on the street. Because if not, if you're the president and they have been engaging with you, there were some conversations I had with you, maybe an understanding, then suddenly I see you going, taking placard. Will I take you serious? It means either you do not trust what you have discussed with me, or that you think I'm an idiot. That's why you're now using placard. And using placard to achieve what? There are times diplomacy, and again, as the lawyers, his lawyer always said that what they are seeking for is a political decision, a political solution. A political solution cannot be obtained on the street march. A political solution is normally done off camera.
All right. Thank you, Mazis. Okay, that's a wonderful insight from you. We are going to take a break. When we come back, we do a rant. Houthis are not Yazidis. I see you. I will come back to you, but let's take a break. It's been more than 3 hours. All right.
another southerner will get a chance, that will be in another 12 years. 12 years plus your age now, you'll be in your 80s.
No, I'm 65.
Yeah, for 12 plus 12.
What will I be? Tell me.
You'll be like 78 or close to 80.
President Trump is 79.
So you still can be president
Yes,
at
of
79.
course. If I'm healthy, if God give me life and good health. The question is not age. The question is competency. What is in my brain I need to deliver? It's not when or where. It is how ready you are.
You think that the Igbo should support Peter Obi? Maybe the aspiration of an Igbo man.
Let me be honest with you. I'm a member of APC, and I don't want to discuss Peter Obi. I've told you this before in this channel. I don't want to discuss Peter Obi for any reason. Not for anything, because I don't want to discuss him. You can ask me about the leader of my party, I will answer you. Whether the question is right or wrong, I will answer you.
Each time I mention Peter Obi, you become suddenly uncomfortable.
No, because I don't want to discuss him. I've told you before, Sean.
Yeah.
Any day you want to discuss Peter Obi with me, give us 2 hours. You be in the model. Keep him there and keep me here. And we'll be able to sort it out. This is what I've
Peter
told you.
Obi, he wasn't even your generation of governor.
No.
He wasn't your class of governor. All of a sudden, does it look because he's now looking like a leader of the Southeast?
No,
politically speaking.
It's not my leader. It's not my. I am the most important politician from that zone. I have won 2 states before of PPA. I have run for president before. My 4.9 million vote is still there.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for hanging in there. Before you disappear, I wanted you to, Ginger Media, is that the most important politician in the Southeast? Is Sergio Zotalo the most important politician?
It's not a voice vote, but I guarantee you that if they go to Sergio Zotalo's word, in fact, how you know who is the most important? If you go to the last presidential election, get his own polling unit, who won that polling unit. It's as simple as that. Who won the local government and who won the state? You know, because if you are the most important, I mean, I would agree with him. There is actually no need to debate this. He's right. He is the most popular person in the Southeast. Yes, he's right. But that is within his party. Now, if you take it from the APC, yes, he is the most popular. But I doubt if there is a free and fair election that he may also even, you know, I mean, Abaribe was his deputy, but, you know, times change as the event unfolds, things change. So he's right. There is no need if he wants to debate, and you know, because you see that's the thing. Seun was looking for soundbite. You know, these things we do it. Times you want to have soundbite, your shots is something you want to cut out. That person does 60 seconds. You want to use it to trend. So and he gave it to him. He said he wasn't ready to, because he's just trying to pitch him so that P2B will react. Because if he says, you know, and again, there is nothing that he has said that will warrant P2B to even react, because it is true. He's the most popular person within his party. That's true. But on the popularity contest, the next election, we will also see. But one thing that he said that is not correct, I think if my memory serves me right, I think in the last election, if I can find the data, I think in the election that he contested, he has about 680 something, around 600 and something thousand votes, not 4-point-something million. On fact checking, that's incorrect. He didn't have up to 1 million votes. So, you know, that is totally wrong for him to basically, you know, make that assertion. I'm just trying to see. I have done that first check sometime, but I can't find where I kept it now. Anyway,
all right,
that's it, my book. So,
all right, thank you so much. At this point, that's when we now switch over to do our rant. So I'll give everybody 2 to 3 minutes to rant on any subject. Houthis are not yet. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, sorry, I found it here. In that election, right, in the 2007 presidential election held on April 21st, 2007. Now, and in that election, you had Umar Musa Yar'Adua of PDP, who had Goodluck Ebele Jonathan as VP. You had General Muhammad Buhari, who had Chief Edwin Umezoke as VP. Atiku Abubakar, Action Congress, who had Senator Ben Obi as VP. And you had Orji Zokalu, PPA, that is People's Progressive People's Alliance, as their candidate. Now, the order here was that Umaru Musa Yar'Adua won that election when we do not have Vivas. When people that grew Afro used to put ink at the back of their head and be using it to thump. So that election was won with 24.6 million. Muhammad Buhari, ANPP, came second with 6.6 million. Atiku Abubakar, AC, came third with 2.6 million. Orji Zokalu, PPA, came with 608,000. So for him to say that he had 4 million, I mean, there are certain things, there are certain things that you can't get wrong, especially your age, or when someone says, what's your YX score? In as much as it's decades that you've written that, at least you know what you had in English and what you had in maths, and whether you had 5 A's or you failed F9, everything.
People get that wrong. People get that wrong when they didn't do well. the WAEC one, I've tried it with a lot of people. Oh, I don't remember. Ooh. You know that they didn't do well. If they did well,
no, but now, you see now you're behaving like somebody you are accusing. You're trying to now be mischievous to say that he didn't do well in that election. That's why he didn't remember.
Yes.
It is also inherent in you.
All right. So thank you so much for that. All right. So Hutus are not Yadis. I will give you a chance to, if you want to weigh in before the rant, but I hope you don't mind. You'll be the final person that will rant. I'll give everybody. So I'll start with you. Hutus are not Yadis. I know you didn't get a chance to speak before now. Go ahead.
No, that's fine. So with regards to the Rufai fiasco with Umai, Ingenious said everything, like styles are different. So I'm not even going to harp on that. Now, Nnamdi Kanu's continued incarceration is something that I see a lot of people are very emotional about. But I also think people have to take into cognizance the fact that the law is also at play. Well, we do know that there's no law in Nigeria, and we do understand that he has exceeded the time. Say it was a society like the United States where there was a Speedy Trial Act, right? So maybe a judge would have released him on strict conditions. At least that's what I would hope a Nigerian judge will do. But for those saying he should be free, I don't think any court in any part of the world will just let him go, regardless, even if his right to a speedy trial has been violated, which I don't know if it has been violated. And I don't think a lot of people that have been discussing this actually do know that. But one thing I want to bring up is I don't know if his lawyers have contested his continued incarceration, because in everything I've read, I've not heard them file a writ of habeas corpus. So I would presume that you know what a habeas corpus is, which is to challenge extended detention without conviction. So why hasn't his lawyers filed that? In everything I keep trying to see or glean on the internet, I haven't seen anything relating to that. Then the Christian genocide issue, I was very impressed again with JJ and with John Abba, because we have to be very careful. We also have to be very careful about the people that are pushing for basically an invasion of Nigeria and the people that are also supporting it. Now, JJ said something that was very right. You went to the United Nations and you slandered basically the United States government. Of course, you would expect that there will be a reproach, there will be a payback. Conveniently, Benjamin Netanyahu has actually freed up money for influencers. Some numbers say up to 200 people. Some say more than 300 people. The top influencers in the United States and the Western world to change the narrative on the Palestinian issue, which is why if you go on X today, you will see that everything you see, even on Instagram, is overwhelmingly pro-Israeli. Apparently, influencers are getting paid $7,000 per tweet. So they have a reason, a motive to change the narrative and start trying to focus on a non-existent issue far away in West Africa, something they never cared about before, which I don't think I would call it genocide, especially since if we say it's a genocide, if we're to agree that it's a genocide, I think it would be unfair to say it is primarily targeted against Christians. Have Christians been targeted in this skirmish by Islamic fundamentalists run by the Fulani herdsmen? Yes. But I don't think, especially we know the composition of the population of the North, that they have been the overwhelming victims of whatever skirmishes going on in northern Nigeria. Now, people have to go look at what Blackwater is. If you know Blackwater, Eric Prince, the founder of Blackwater, has been pushing for a long time that Africa should be recolonized. He's been saying basically that we cannot govern ourselves. Basically, these are beasts. We need to take them over, take over their resources. But what do you think would happen if a situation arose, Blackwater took over Nigeria? You're not going to see anything except rape, pillaging, chaos, death. They're not going to separate us by tribe or ethnicity. All they see are a bunch of wild animal black people, and they're going to treat us as they want us to be treated. It's not going to be a case of they're coming to rescue Christians. They're not coming there to just target primarily Muslims, which you would be surprised if such a situation was to arise, that they will actually just ally with the strongest groups they find on the ground, which might inadvertently even be the Muslim terrorists that we are complaining about today. So I think we have to be careful about that. For those encouraging the incursion into Nigeria and hoping that Blackwater comes into Nigeria, go check out who Eric Prince is, and then you will have a better understanding of what's going on. Now, finally, something I want to bring up, and I texted it to you about 2-3 weeks in a row. A lot of the world, and I hope those of us on here, we could become the voice, and we can become the ears, and we could become the eyes of the people that do not know as much as us. Now, it might be only a few hundred of us that listen on this show, but I think we can always make an impact. The world is gradually and fastly moving towards a dystopian society. People are not seeing this. They are pushing for chips. They are pushing for digital IDs. As I understand, it is a big deal in the UK. Here in the United States, we already had the Patriot Act that was enacted in 2005. They used that as an excuse. We have a problem with the Real ID Act with people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Macy are trying their utmost best to repeal. If we should go to a situation where the world has a centralized data or a centralized database of every citizen on this earth, we are in trouble. Already they are pushing for it in different parts of the world. I understand the next place they want this to take place is in Nigeria. I know people think it is a good thing for a society to be cashless or for your data to be stored by one government and controlled by that government. But if you do not like what you see in China, and you do not like what you hear coming out of North Korea, I think everybody here has go find out about decentralized the digital IDs that is being proposed by the leaders of the world, people like Larry Fink, Oracle's Larry Ellison, Peter Thiel, people of that. This is why they are buying up CBS, they're buying up Twitter, they're trying to control the narrative. And personally, I believe COVID was a test run to see how people would abide if the government decided to start violating our rights. And they're doing it. You can see what's going on, Rudolph, in the United States today. But I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. And I think we should try, those of us that have siblings, that have people that are not that enlightened, let's teach them and let us understand that there are things coming and the world is about to change in a very, very big way, except people take cognizance and take action fast.
All right, thank you.
Doctor, please, can I first wrap my this is going off, please?
Who is speaking? I can't see.
Concerns.
Okay. Hold on. Before you go, I just want everybody to know I'll give 2 minutes. We have about 10 people who are lined up to. If I give you 3 minutes, that will be 30 minutes. We don't have that kind of time. So 2 minutes. Just organize your thoughts so that we just do that in 2 minutes. Concerns, I'll start with you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Damages, and thank you, the panelists. You see, those in Nigeria, even journalists also, whenever they want to talk about what's happening in Nigeria, they're always afraid. Mr. Njenje, today you're afraid to talk about what's happening in Nigeria. By saying that there's not a GSIN, there's no, what they call it, genocide, I think you're wrong. Who is killing who? Is it Christians that are killing Muslims, or is it Muslims that are killing Christians? Even whether it's Christians that are also being killed or Muslims are also being killed, who bring these people? People who bring these people are the Muslims. It's Rufai, it's Buhari, and all the rest that are the one who bring them. Now, villages are being taken away. People are being slaughtered. Which villages are these? It's Christian villages. So when people come and say, no, you say, well, I know that different people are being killed, but mostly this is genocide against the Christians. Whether it's because of America said it or not, well, it doesn't matter. Why the Americans didn't condemn what is happening in South Africa? South Africa was against Israel, but they only talk about Nigeria because what's happening in Nigeria is very, very bad. You understand? Christians are being killed, and he said, and if the Christians keep quiet, the other time the Benue this and some of the Christian leaders, they went to America to talk about this. If they now take bribe and say no, they are not being massacred, they are not genocide, then it's their problem. It will continue. In the East, are we Muslims? Why are these people coming to kill us, but nobody does anything? Which Christian people or village Christian people go and kill any Muslim people? If any Christians go and kill Muslim people, they'll be arrested immediately. But these people go and kill, but nobody will arrest them. So let us be honest to ourselves. This is a genocide by the Muslims. And on what they call it, on Rufai and the Omahe. Rufai never said that man shut up. There was even that happened. And in moreover, why must Omahe say Rufai? Who are you, by the way? Who is Omahe, by the way? Who is Omahe? Because he's just ordinary governor. Rufai is more important than him, because Rufai has honesty in himself. Omahe doesn't have honesty. Omahe is a crook, he's a criminal. So don't coming to tell Omahe cannot have the right to say, Rufai, who are you? Who are you for me to report to? Who is Rufai? Who is Omahe? Omahe is just a cockroach, stupid cockroach, who find himself in the midst of criminals to become a this thing. That's why I have the right to talk nonsense. He's talking.
All right, thank you.
I'll talk to you, my brother. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, Constance. Do you want to respond, Njenje?
You see, what some of us don't understand is that it's not who actually rants and makes noise that pushes point across, and doesn't mean you're right. Respectfully, you've aired your view, and I'm not going to say that your view is wrong. So, but you saying that my view is my view, and my view is is put out with, you know, see, I'm waiting.
Okay. CM is tired. Go ahead, Njenje.
So you can't come and discard another person's view and say that that person is wrong. Listen, again, Rudolph, I said before, I don't necessarily want to get into this because it brings certain things that non-deep thinkers don't really understand. If you take, for instance, the number of people that we have lost in the Southeast in the last 3 years, killed by people of the Southeast, I mean, the other day, the Osuhitoko or whatever was running the numbers, unimaginable, right? Because sometimes these numbers sound fictitious until we begin to add photos to it. Would you then say I don't know, but without, I hate to discuss life when life is, lost, and you can see that, and it continues. And that's actually my rant. My rant is that the government should please wake up. We do not care who kills in Zamfara. We do not care who kills in Sokoto, in Benue, in Plateau, in Ozuwane, in Lilu, in Enugu. We do not care. Whoever is killing another person, whoever takes another life in Nigeria, government must act swiftly and take the individual or sets of people. They should stop. And that is my rant. Government, wake up. Tinubu, Tulumbu, wake up.
All right. Thank you, Njenje. Thank you so much. Let's go to Jefferson. You're next. 2 minutes.
All right. Can you all hear me? Okay, good. Okay, fine. All right. See, everyone has said their mind. As far as I'm concerned, no one is silly here. And everybody has eyes, has ears, and can be able to see what's happening. Whether we like it or not, with due respect to our APC government, even during Jonathan's time, they are fully responsible for the carnage that's happening in the country today. Because I could remember when Jonathan came into power, he tried to resolve the Boko Haram issue. It spiraled out of control. Okay, APC took over. And what did we have? How was it resolved? The Boko Haram, they thought they will exterminate. Up to date, it's still like this. From Boko Haram to Fulani headsmen to clash and all of that. All these things have been happening, and as of today, is still unresolved. Then the issue of Southeast, of course, Nnamdi Kanu has been speaking. Mind you, he also spoke about insecurity during Jonathan's time as a Nigerian. Then, of course, the whole secession thing and everything. Whether we like it or not, assuming the ESN and all these other groups did not come out, you have no idea what the likes of Buhari administration could have done to the likes of us. Because whether you like it or not, during that period, I could remember the Fulani headsmen were decimating people in the Southwest. So there's no smoke without fire. And again, too, our politicians are also in the Southeast, are also complacent because of gains, political gains, So I wanted to address something that this guy, he has already left. About the Christian, sorry, I'm not just in a few minutes, about what this guy, Boom Boom Rain, said about the issue of, whether they are not killing Christians or the other. See, people during Buhari's time, they knew many Christians were being killed. Christians were killed. Let us not deceive ourselves. We are not silly. We knew that was happening. And there's intel. Before anybody from Nigeria even says anything, they have already known already that all these things were happening. And nobody likes this kind of thing. Am I happy with what is happening with the Palestinians? No. But don't forget too, even the Palestinians they are not even the best of human beings. Because unfortunately, most of them are also hatching a plan with their other Islamists to cause problem in Europe and America, and we know it and we are seeing it. So let's not deceive ourselves here. We know the truth. Let us say it as it is. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Jefferson, and let's bring in forefathers.
Greetings, Dr. Damages. Thank you for having me. Greetings to all the panelists, the chat, and the viewers, and my guest. Special greetings to Njenje Media. I know I've been streaming to your channel, so that's all good. I don't know why America is. I think we do have an idea of why America seems to be highlighting the Nigerian so-called genocide against Christians now. They are just looking for a way to move the needle away from what is going on in Gaza. Sooner or later, they will move on from that again. That said, after all, there is a actual genocide going on in Sudan right now against black people that are actually Muslims. And more Muslims have died in Nigeria. It's a silly notion, really. This is why sometimes we have to be careful some of the things our people say. Because many of us here, you can see some of them when they are speaking, they will happily take the help of foreigners to kill their own brothers in Nigeria. And this is one of my problems. And I always see Nigerians as a people that are doused with fuel. I keep saying that over and over again. When you hear them talk, and sometimes when I sound a little bit like as if I'm paranoid and I'm angry with some people, this is the reason why. Because people are we are so susceptible. We are so susceptible when they don't even have to bribe us with money. You just have to give our people weapons and they'll go and kill each other. How pathetic is that? And I blame our leadership for it because they don't seem to be trying to bring people together at all. They just sit there, travel around, govern and share money, and that's it. They are not trying to create a cohesive nation so that the people are more immune to this type of actions. Nobody will come and tell Nigerians that there's genocide going on if our people are not receptive to it. They will know it's a criminal act and it will be dealt with accordingly. Regarding of course, the major events going on in the world right now is what is going on with the Gaza incidents and the Charlie Kirk assassination. And clearly, there has been a new star that I've been highlighting for quite a long time, Candace Owen. That seems to be she's on live stream and streaming, 150,000 people are on her live stream. And this is one of the reasons why I feel like the media today, they have to seriously question what job they are doing. Because sometimes they censor themselves because they want to have access. But she didn't. And she's wielding a lot of power without them now. And I think there's going to be a new change.
May I interrupt?
No, it's not
Just
proper. Let him finish. I'll get you next. Just go ahead, forefathers.
I think there's going to be a change in the way the media operates. And the context of Nigeria, where every time you can't question leaders, ask them tough questions because they are not going to give you access anymore. Sooner or later, that has to go. Because these people have led us to this point, including they've actually misled America too. Look at America is facing a tumultuous period. I've been warning about this for a very long time, that America is going to go through a lot of problems. And now it seems like it's even arrived faster than I thought. And that country has been misled. Many Western countries have been misled too. We think it's only Nigeria is happening. The people don't trust their leaders anymore. Now, they just discovered that after FBI that Nigerians like to quote a lot, tell people that this is the type of bullet that was used. Everybody has tested their found that there's no way it can be that bullet. And now, autopsy is showing that there's no way it's going to be that bullet. So why did the FBI say such a thing? Why did people come out and claim that they are the ones that assassinated Charlie Kirk when they were not the ones? There's so much lies and subterfuge going on all around the world right now. And it just shows you the mask. Like the mask is beginning to fall off. And that is the reason why I wanted Trump in office. It's beginning to come off. People are beginning to see the mess that the world has been. And look at these people. And I just watched Ivanka Trump in Israel. She was like, I feel so sorry for the pain of these people that their family has been kidnapped. When across the fence there, about 70,000 people have been slaughtered. Whole neighborhoods have been destroyed. And over 20,000 children have been murdered. This is how it happens. These people don't have conscience. They will come for you on the day of judgment, and they will finish you, and they will not bleed a tear for you. If they can do that to Arabs, what would they do to you? And when I keep warning our people all the time, and some people are very happy to take what is the black water, they welcome them in. What they will do to you, you will regret it. When the world is about to be shaped, they can decide that they don't want you there anymore, and they will evacuate you. You will think it's impossible, but you will watch it happen. It has happened over and over again in history. These people are continent killers. Keep joking around with it. And this is why I keep telling our people, you have to be aware of foreigners, because these people, they are dangerous, and they are not, this is not a joke. They are real. This will destroy continents, and you think you are immune from it. Why? What have you done to prevent them from doing it? Thank you.
All right, thank you, forefathers. Pansat, I don't know, and you can always weigh in after each rant if you have anything you want to say. But Pansat, are you there? All right, I'm trying for you, because you keep complaining.
It's KJ after KJ, me, Dr.
Oh, no, we're not going in any particular order. I just, anybody I like today, I put.
Okay, anybody you like. Okay, you don't like me. Okay, no problem.
No. I lost track, of course. That's what happened. And then I pick people for whatever reason. I don't have any reason. If you complain too much, maybe I'll pick you. But let me see. I want Pansat really to be the next. Pansat, go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. I'm up in the mountains. I don't have a good connection. I hope you could hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Forefathers, many occasions here, we try to admonish you, but you don't want to listen. And in that country, you've been wrong on everything, including Dangote. I produced an article today where it shows he was busted where he's importing PMS, right? But you don't want to mention it. You're all over the map. You're never right. You're talking nonsense. We have a problem in that country. We just don't come here to do a show. So I just want you to know that. I don't know how else to say it to you, but I want you to respect yourself when you come on this platform, or you go to your own people's platform, right? This is our platform. No. Now, let me say, Mr. NJJ, I do disagree with you, but I do understand I do understand why you're being a gentleman, because
all right.
So you don't want to upset the Northerners. Can you hear me?
Okay, go ahead. All right, we can't hear you anymore, Pansat.
What I want to say is that you want to sugarcoat a genocide because you don't want to upset the North. You don't want to upset people with the North or from Yoruba or whatever. You want to get along with everybody.
All right, thank you, Pansat. We will. I know that maybe you are not familiar with some of our people here, but in the stock markets, there's something that a president or the economy might do. They said that the stock market has already factored it in. So we factored in that Pansat will speak, and we factored in what they call it, idiosyncrasies from Pansat. So it might be like a shock to you about. Go ahead.
No, I'm not just trying to respond, but again, I do not want to. You see, when you're writing, I don't know. When you do a critical analysis, what you always do is to look at the left, you look at the right. You present the facts from the left, you present the fact from the right. But sometimes what we do, what we intentionally want to do in Nigeria is just because there are, some level of decibel of noise in one direction. Everybody focuses there without taking a backseat. If any day I think from the data available that there is a systematic genocide in Nigeria, of course. I mean, I'm a free thinker, I'm a free being, I will say it. But as of today, unless people are not listening, when the emotion is blocking our ears, Somebody's mic is off.
Yeah, I'll figure out who that is. Go ahead.
Okay, unless people are not listening, what I said, and I mean it, think about it, Nigerians. It is the inability of our government to save our lives that is hurting us. If the government, I said this during the time of Buhari, when everybody was ranting Fulani up, Fulani down, if any crime is committed, Fulani, I said, it's because the government has failed to nab the terrorists. Suddenly, someone who, a non-criminal for long, can go and dress like a terrorist from a certain place, and everybody begins to think, oh, this is what is happening. If we timely deal with anyone who kills a Nigerian, if we timely, somebody comes in from outside Nigeria and settles in a particular place in middle belt of Nigeria, and lives are lost, and the government is not dealing with it timely, that gives the people the impetus to say that this is happening.
Please, please, Mr.
Pansad, no, don't interrupt him. Go ahead and finish up.
I think now he has interrupted me. Please let me yield to him.
Rudolph, hold on now. I was speaking. I have a bad connection. Let me just get this out of the way. I was arguing with Njenje Media earlier before your show on his own channel about David Omahi, right? But let me say that last. It is disappointing for you to try.
All right.
With killing anybody.
Pansat, we can't do this. You are just not making us look professional here. I was looking for a job at CNN. They won't hire me if I present this video, to them. All right.
Anyway, Rudolph,
yeah.
I yield.
Okay.
I yield here. Let Nigerians make up their mind. But I think we will be naive not to really think deeper.
Let me take him out. Go ahead.
Now, I think we will be naive not to think deeper as to what could be the trigger of what is happening. I would recommend many of you. There is this young guy, a very intelligent young guy, David Hundain on Twitter. He writes the African Weekly. Read him. Some of you may think he's a conspiracy theorist, but read him because, he's a deep thinker. Professor Akiemi, I said it when I came in yesterday, wrote granted, I think it was the interview we published. If you go to Njenje Media, I think we published it today. A fantastic postulation as to what is happening. Again, the challenge is that when lives are lost, I hate to come and talk sense. What happened is somebody is dead. Who killed that individual? That is what should matter. But, trying to say, did that person die of a gunshot or was it stabbed? The fact is that the individual is dead. How could we have prevented that death? Nigerians are dying. Christians are dying. Muslims are dying. Atheists are dying. Traditional worshippers are dying. How do we stop this? That's my point. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Ike, you're next. You have.
Thank you, Rudolph. My brother, Njenje, my rant is for you. I just have one question for you. Because you are very close to this.
I'm not close to anybody, please.
You are very close to the city of event in Anambra State. I listened to the interview of the Obedient General 3 weeks ago in this Kaduna, one of these northern TV station online. He was expressing his frustration that Mr. Peter Obi supported Mogul in Anambra. He's supporting Mogul in Anambra State. Why they have ADC candidate in Anambra State? So my question to you is: you are on the ground. I don't want you to tell me certain information that you're not supposed to expose to us in the public, but I just want to know what is actually what is going on the ground towards the governorship in Anambra State between Mogalu and what is actually going on. That's what I wanted to know from you. Thank you.
Okay. There is nothing going on. Before Peter Obi, His Excellency Peter Obi is still in Labour Party. He hasn't left the Labour Party. Before the ADC was actually made public, the Labour Party had their primaries and they, Mogalu won. And as someone who is within Labour Party, he said it, that he was going to support the party that he still belonged to. Has Atiku actually officially gone to the APC?
No.
Erofai, I think when we met in Cambridge sometime earlier in summer, in the conversation, I asked Erofai, I mean, everybody is saying you're going to the SDP, or are you not coming into the ADC? Why SDP? And he said that he had an election, a by-election to contest, that he has somebody that he's supporting is contesting under SDP in Kaduna. And he made it very clear. He came to ADC meeting, but he's still part of APC. So I don't understand where the confusion is. Now, Peter Obi has said, I would be part of ADC fully after the Anambra State election. And that's in 3 weeks' time. November 8th is going to be Anambra State election. After the election, then we'll now see what, because the political event is unfolding. But when people say this, I mean, it's very simple. The ADC, as of the time the election was being planned, the ADC was not in, as of the time Labour Party had the ADC was not an equation. By the way, the candidate, because Ikenna Azam Chime is a good friend, obedient general. What then he should then tell us, because we have in the obedient national directorate where the founders of the obedient movement are. When we discuss, it's very simple. That Labour Party election in Anambra State was contested by 2 people, Mogalu and John Nwosu. John Nwosu lost. I don't want to go into the election modalities, whether anything happened. I don't know. But when John Nwosu lost, he now left and was nowhere. Eventually, ADC came on board. He went to ADC. I am part of founders of COPDEM, a coalition for the defense of democracy. The people who made it possible for John Nwosu to actually get the ticket. So if you understand this, you see that it's a non-issue, actually. For those who understand, it's a non-issue. It's basically non-issue. I'll put it that way. It's a non-issue.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Let's go.
Could I just speak for a minute, because I have a bad connection? Can you let me speak for 1 minute?
All right, 1 minute. Go ahead.
So I was saying that Mr. Njenje Media, who I agree with a lot, we're very proud of the work you do, especially during the election. You were there on the ground, very brave. But I believe that you do know the difference between a genocide and then killing people. So people getting killed is bad. You're right. But you cannot be mixing up the 2 issues when we are working on stopping the genocide in our country. You can't conflate the issues, because you're a politician now, and you don't want to upset Northerners, and we want Northerners to vote for Peter Obi. That's true. But don't conflate the 2 issues. What the point that Mr. Who's the guy that donated some money that's in red there? I forget his name now.
Concerns.
Mr. Concerns, right? His point is cogent. We have to stop that genocide. Now, let me say something. I've said earlier, our salvation comes from Donald Trump here, who may not agree with everything, but with Ted Cruz, how 2 of you and Rudolph, are playing that down, right? We're gearing up to come and take that country back. We have to dislodge these murderers in the north, whether Peter Obi is president or not. Now, we prefer Peter Obi to be president, but we can't let people keep killing our people. It's in Kuwait.
All right,
This week, to hold Nigeria accountable. Finally, I was at your channel about David Omahi, right? Can you guys still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. We are trying for Pansat. But
sorry, but Rudolph, I don't know what he thought. He said I talked about Umai. I don't, sometimes, let me tell people, listen, if you do not, how do I say this without sounding, if you don't engage with people physically and you only engage in the keyboard or watch others, you can sit in your room and be abusing everybody. But when you begin to engage with humans, you come close to people, your manner of engagement and your level of exposure changes. You don't want me, and I cannot do it. It's not in my nature. You say I'm a politically correct, let it be. But one thing I cannot do is not to stand by truth. But I will demand truth, but in a respectable manner. If it is in your nature to insult people or to shout or do what, of course you can go ahead and do it, but I won't. Just like I said before, when you talk about, when Rudolph asked me the question about Rufai, I said, of course, Rufai is always, I put it to you. Whenever I hear that, I laugh. I wouldn't, in my journalistic world, I would never say to somebody, I put it, we're not in a law court. But, if all of us, if all our faces are the same, the world will be boring. If everybody acts like me, or if everybody acts like Rufai, the world will be boring. So there are people who will be, will be vibrant, and the other people who will be, because look at it. If you look at the Arise Money Show, you see that Ruben, when it comes to issue of certain bedmatics, Ruben lights up and, say certain things that the eyes will be glowing, right? But when it also comes to certain issues of saying things somehow with straight face that many people don't like, why Ruben does that is Ruben has been in the corridor of power. He would want to ask the same question, but in a different way. Rufai is there. Rufai has not been in that sense. So he can shoot a gun anywhere, and sometimes Ruben is there to collect, and Ayo is also there too. And that's why they are a team. That's why it's a good mix. So none of them.
Is okay if I reclaim my time?
No, you don't have any time left. You can't. We can't. I'm sorry. If you can wait, if you can
he's
wait,
on the mountain.
Yeah.
Rudolph is on the mountain. Yesterday I saw Dumejo on the mountain. Maybe they are going on the
I was thinking about that. Maybe it's the mountain of fire. I don't know where he goes there frequently. But when I told him to be a guest because we want to know more about Pansat, what is going on in his on the mountain and in his head, and But anyway, let's go to Righteous Man, because he's Righteous Man. We appreciate you. We know you are joining us from Nigeria, where you're on band A or band B, and the internet is banned. I don't know the internet you use, how you're able to do it, but you have 2 minutes to rant. Righteous Man.
Thank you very, very much, Rudolph. I really used to follow Gingy Media before. At a time, I just want to make it public. At a time, I decided to unfollow him. Yeah. I love your media. I love your approach. But one of the reasons why I flew along with the Northerners is because they confront every issue as it comes with all boldness, without minding who is involved. That is the difference between the northern Nigerians and the southern Nigerians. The North will confront that issue squarely and tell you their mind without being politically correct. They will tell you they have made their point. It's not left for you to go and diagnose that point and do what you can do. But the Southern, let me tell you, sincerely speaking, The problem we have in Nigeria is the Southerners. We're hypocrites. We are the major problem we have in Nigeria. And we are the one that causes betrayal. I was telling somebody sometimes ago, the problem of PDP was caused by the Southerners, not the Northerners. When it was turned for Jonathan not to go for a third time because he has spent 2 years of Yaradua, he went for a second tenure, which everybody voted massively for him. And he knew that after that 4 years, it was the North opportunity to become president. Jonathan wanted to go for the third time, to be sworn in as president of Nigeria for the third time. Tomorrow, if a Northerner starts doing the same, the Southerner will begin to raise alarm. We are the one that leads the fault lines. And when the Northerner sees it, they will follow up, we start criticizing them. Look at what is happening in our political arena today. Look at the appointments that the Mr. President has carried out. Buhari did the same. We condemn it. But today, he has done it more than Buhari did. So the issue of Nigeria, it is not about Christian genocide or Muslim genocide. The truth is that genocide is committed in Nigeria. Whether it involves Muslims, whether it involves Christians or non-faith believers, the truth is human beings are being unnecessarily murdered in Nigeria, and villagers sacked and the village being taken over by other people. So no matter how we paint it, the truth is that what is going on in Nigeria shouldn't happen and it shouldn't be. And any person saying that Ojus Okano is more, what do they call it? He has more followership in Igbo land or in Nigeria than P2P. Me, as an individual, I'm a voter. I started voting since 1980s. If Ojus Okano comes out today for presidency and Tinubu comes out, I will vote for Tinubu. Not Ojus Okano. I will vote for Tinubu because he's a betrayer. He does not love Igbo people, and he has never achieved anything that affected the life of Igbo people. Since we want to become tribalists and regionalists. So I just want to end it that way. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Rex.
Rudolph, you see the reason why he unfollowed me, when people don't necessarily listen properly. For instance, when I talked about Ojus Okalo, anyone here understood what I meant. It's very simple. He said he's popular than P2B. I said it, of course, he's popular now, fight. He's popular in his party. But I said then, to know who is popular, go to INEC server is there, the IREV is still there. Go to the 2023 presidential election, to his ward, who won the presidential. So by the time you know who is popular, who won the local government by aggregation, who won the state. But somebody misconstrues it and says, some people are saying that Ojus Okalo. You see, when you listen, to understand, not just, that person didn't say, Ojus Okalo, you want me to use the same language that you used? No, you on your lane. If you don't like my being civil, sorry, I can't help you, but I can't stop it, and that's me. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Njenje. Masca, so there's no order now in what I'm doing, but I recognize people who are joining us from Nigeria. I'll go to people in the UK because I appreciate the fact that it's midnight in some places and they are still with us. So Masca, you're next.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rudolph, and good evening to all the panelists and viewers. I want to also congratulate all the Anambra people. I think CM is from Anambra.
Yes.
Today, all the people in Abuja that are from Anambra State are celebrating at the National Velodrome. I was really impressed.
Celebrating what?
I don't know. I think it's Anambra Day or something. Look, we're Africans. We like celebrating, and it's good. Even
Okay.
Soludo, I saw Soludo came, and
Oh, wow.
yeah, it was very impressive. I was really impressed. In these hard times, for everybody to come out en masse just because you're from Anambra State, I was asking myself, can we from Kano do that? To say anybody in Abuja from Kano should come to the velodrome, I doubt if people will come. But anyway, so I'm congratulating all the people from Anambra State. And I also want to apologize to Ife last week. She made some kind comments towards me, and unfortunately, human beings, I responded very crassly. So, Ife, I'm sorry if you are listening. There's no excuse for the way I responded, and I want to reassure you that I have deep respect for people like you, because I know I can say for fact you are the kind of person that I've seen that speaks from the depth of her heart. Therefore, whatever she says, she means it. And for people like that, I know that you can tell where you are with these people. I'm waiting keenly for Mr. Rudolph's segment. That's where we can have our field day. But thank you, Mr. Rudolph, for recognizing me and Righteous Man. It's actually difficult, but we appreciate the fact that you guys recognize that also. I stop there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Maska. And I still owe you the book. I have it just to send it to you. I will remember and do that.
No problem.
All right. CM, you're next. No be perfect, but better. Not to be perfect, but better. CM, I'm calling on you. I see him in media. I don't know whether media is in London or in Nigeria, but most of the time he's in the UK and his internet is always good. But I don't know. See him. Oh, by the way, two of you are from the same town. What? I forgot that part. CM, are you there?
His internet is always
okay. Rudolph.
Yeah.
Rudolph.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Good evening. Good evening, everybody. It's almost well, it's quite late here anyway. I've almost forgotten. The topic. What?
No,
what
we
is
are
on
ranting
offer?
now. We are ranting now. Whatever is pissing you off, this is your chance to rant now.
Well, not really what is pissing me off, but there are all these jaja weed that on your comment section. There's one idiot called the Kulata. He thought that everything is about distributing drug for Tinubu in the US. So he comes here every weekend to come and tell people, if you are distributing drug for Tinubu from Atlanta to Chicago to Miami to Los Angeles, back to New York, and then you end up somewhere in Washington, D.C. It's up to you. You don't come here and mess up yourself. What a useless idiot. Every time he comes here and talks rubbish. He's a bastard or Omale.
No.
Look at what he's saying again. No, I have to give it to him. No, Njenje, don't worry. Just read what he said about me. No, I believe in the balance of terror. That's my philosophy of life. So when he comes here to mess up because he's distributing cocaine for Tinubu, so we can't, everybody will be like him. Anyway, that is by the way. What I want to highlight is, I want to commend Sowore for the effort he has taken for his proposal to conduct a march involving all Nigerians for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. You see, I am not always a fan of Sowore's brand of politics because he always believed that everybody must be a saint to play politics with him, forgetting that every saint has a past and every sinner must have a future. So, but on this note, on this one, I commend him because of the critical urgency of what is at stake. According to medical report, for those, I have to say it here, that's what they call hypokalemia, whereby the potassium level
in the blood is very low. That has the potential to trigger off cardiac arrest. The fact that maybe some people may say if it's that critical, why is Nnamdi Kanu still alive? Those that study physiology or medicine, we know that the body, the architecture of the body is so made by God that it can correct itself to the extent that it can, not forever. So ideally, Nnamdi Kanu should be in hospital. You know, there are two things: releasing him unconditionally and then treating him like Nigeria say we have federal character. El Zazaki was in prison, but he was flown abroad for medical treatment. Why not Nnamdi Kanu? At least to National Hospital at Abuja. Let him go and be treated. Yes, even if you don't want to release him, give him medical treatment. Yes, now. Anyway, Kulata, I don't need money from drugs. I don't need cocaine money, please. If you really want to mess yourself up, I'm not interested in distributing drug for Tinubu. You can keep your drug money. I don't live by. I'm not a narco business. So for Nnamdi Kanu, I support Sowore. He deserves Nnamdi Kanu. Ideally, his trial is just a sham. You can't put something or nothing and expect it to stand. When you rendition somebody already, already there's no basis for trial. When you rendition somebody, there's no basis. If Nigeria is serious, they should have taken Nnamdi Kanu back to Kenya, pay him compensation, and then apply formally for extradition. And then you start. You can't rendition somebody and then start to pronounce judge. Where is justice? You can't build legality on the foundation of illegality. So that is why there are a lot of things to say, but for this, I commend Sowore. People should support him. Nnamdi Kanu deserve freedom, irrespective of what anybody should say, because he's a sham. In a country whereby terrorists are being called to negotiation, terrorists, and giving condition, yet Nnamdi Kanu is being subjected to one type of kangaroo trial. What nonsense.
All right,
thank you.
Thank you, CM. My phone has been bringing up the hook, comments, and everybody. I think we should start the rant with a warning every week. You might hear things that are not normal. Anyway, we'll talk about that next time. But Dexter, you're next. 2 minutes.
Dexter again before me. What is that? The marginalization that we're talking about?
Yeah, you're from Benue and Plateau. Who cares about
Dexter already ran, so we are going.
Oh, he did. You see, I lost it. This I'm sorry. If he did. Did you run?
Yes.
That's a fallacy now. I mean, how does somebody make that kind of statement while I'm
it's
still
a
alive?
fallacy. This man from Benue.
That's a fallacious
Go
statement.
ahead, Dexter.
So see, thank you, Dr. Damages. So first of all, I just wonder what is the value we place on life as human beings, as Black people. You know, why are we going to bash Ted Cruz? It's clearly not happening. Let me ask you a question. How many people need to die in your family consistently before you will say it's genocide? If our value for human rights is so for human life is so low, and there's somebody who has a higher value and say, that's genocide, then we are now coming to dance around it, skate around it. And people not die in Nigeria, whether Christians, Muslims. If your own is dying, you don't want it to be genocide, no problem. You see, this is the same thing we have in Nigeria. The person that is getting 20 wants you to lower your expectation. That you that is getting 80, I'm getting 20 now. Why are you bothering yourself? I'm getting 20. If Christians are dying, if people that are Christians, that 100 die, they feel that it's genocide. Leave them to say genocide. If you die, you want your own to be 2,000 before you think it's genocide. Then say it's not genocide. I mean, so these are if somebody that values life says, if 10 people die in my place, so it's genocide. You want it to be 200,000. They will kidnap 200 girls, 200 minors, students, and we don't care for how many years, and we are playing around. Ted Cruz, why is he saying we are playing politics with it? Why? Why are we playing? Even the average citizen is playing politics with it. Why? This is the reason why we're not going anywhere. We should be crying. We should be shedding tears that Ted Cruz even heard that kind of thing and he's saying it. this year, Benue killings, who are people that died. We should be shedding tears. Any proper country will be shedding tears. And we should be holding our leaders accountable. Not coming to join them and say, it's Christians, it's Muslims. That's the first one. That's one of the things I was going to say. Then Nigeria were full of theory. That is why, you see, that's why INEC is a shame. They bring professors, it is theory, no practicality. We need less academics. What we need is practical people. In the Western world, we all know. Look at the people, Jeff Bezos, look at Mark Zuckerberg, all these guys. It's not about you. Forget about this theory. We keep on. I have my master's degree. I have my PhD. I'm a professor. What does he do? Mahmoud was a professor. What did he do? He couldn't make election to be free and fair. Somebody wrote a software, brought IREV to make it work. Mahmoud, the professor, couldn't make it work. The same thing we have in Nigeria. Theory. Go to school, read book. You read the book, you cannot practicalize it. Go to the oil industry, the same thing. Go to the manufacturing industry, the same thing. No practical. All we want is theory. I have this, I have that. No practicality. It is the same thing everywhere. And we like this degree. What is the point with all these things? Is it working? It's not working. Let's tell ourselves it's not working. And until we can face ourselves and say it's not working. Stop skirting around it. Stop deceiving ourselves. It's not working. Go back to the drawing board and be practical.
Thank you. This is a proper rant. And that's why Umahi talked about his professorship of practice. I believe Dexter is pushing for, you have to show in practice that you deserve that professorship. All right, Dexter, thank you. Media, do you have anything to say so far? Okay. KJ, I think you are the last person. We have to go. Somehow we have to end this show today.
So is he going to marginalize me?
I didn't run to.
And he's still going to have the audacity to do it, right? Right? And we want peace in Nigeria, right?
Okay, Janaba, I was playing with you. Go ahead, Janaba.
I don't know where you get all this your brothers from. I brought my child from the hospital. My senior one said I should return him to the hospital. So I don't know where you get most of your brothers from. But this is a human right. The fact that you have your view, I have my view, that is maturity. That I don't have to talk about what I agree or what I disagree. I just have my own view to express. All I know is that the Ted Cruz do not represent any value, even if it's on politics. If we meet one-on-one, if not for the Cherekambia nomination in Texas, there is no way Ted Cruz, a primary school person, will pick him for anything. But these gullible people go for anything. So I'm not Ted Cruz. He cannot speak from a higher ground because he's a senator. It's just a privilege to serve. So as far as I'm concerned, when the light was off in Texas, he boarded the plane and invited his friends to go to Cancun while Texans are in darkness. That person cannot speak to my value. And Texans died, and I live in Texas. So he does not represent my value, and he cannot be speaking for the interests he's speaking for. He cannot speak for issue of Nigeria more than me, or issue of Benue more than me. I have to have my own interests with my people. And apart from that, ranting, what is ranting again? Coming here already is a headache, and you just have to endure so much and just hear people. And then I think if you don't come here, there is no way to hear. To come to Dr. Rodolfo, he don't just say I'm the way, the truth, and the life. I think the way to hell here is to come to Dr. Rodolfo. So it's nice to be here with you. And I enjoyed always seeing you. You are getting younger. I don't know what I did that I grow old so quick, but Jesus is Lord.
All right. Thank you, Janaba. We appreciate you all the time. All right, KJ, you have the final say.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph. And Ginger, thank you for being here. I always love to listen to you. And I followed you a long time from NTA. And today I'm not sure I want to agree with you totally. But I respectfully disagree with some of the things that you've said. Because I have been in that industry, or rather in that whole circle of genocide or killings in Nigeria for a long time. I had done a lot of work on that in that in that area. The last one I did was actually commissioned by Bishop Hooker, which is a documentary we couldn't release because of many of the things that were inside. I still have a copy. I can send it to you privately if you give me your word that you will not, air it. So having said that, what we found out in the north was that majority of those communities that were attacked, and there's no hiding or no saying that it doesn't affect both sides, but one is actually being masterminded, while the other one is a fallout or casualty of the actual action. Now, if you notice, most of the time the communities that are striked, they first go there, the soldiers first go there and disarm them. They collect their local guns, their knives and everything. And then 1, 2, 3 days later, that village is hit and casualties are there. I did a documentary on Dogona Hawa. Dogona Hawa is in Plateau State, where you have about 500 people, mass burial. It's still there. When that happened, the same story was repeated. Then we don't want to talk about Bukru and all the rest, all those other sites. The same thing happened. In Benue, it was Mieti Allah who said there will never be peace in Benue until the governor changes the law that was passed there. And remember that the government in power said they wanted what they call now, that Riga in all the local governments in Nigeria, which was fought first of all by Otom, and then eventually some leaders of the East eventually enacted also that law. So it's been deliberate. Why people say it is genocide, because yes, much as it affects other people, whether they are Christians or not, the majority of the villages that their names have been changed and their properties been taken, and those people are wiped out, and their IDP camps, and now other people are living in their communities and raising their cows, are Christian communities. Those are communities that I know some of those people. I worked in those people. I'm still in contact with those people. I train some of those people on how to be able to use their phones, if their phones have cameras, to take videos. If they don't have network, whenever they have network, they should send it to the orbit so that everybody can see what is going on. This is as far back as 2015, 16, 17. So it didn't even start today. This thing has been going on. So the life of a Nigerian is worth nothing before a Nigerian. So why should other people give us any concession? Now, why I say that last part, where I'm going to end, is the fact that there is a man called Nnamdi Kanu, whom you accuse of terrorism, but your own weakness, your own government weakness, who you called, said, I did not find any gun or ammunition with him. All we found was a phone and a laptop. Okay. Even if you decide that he is guilty, as the case may be, which your court has not been able to find, now his health is a challenge. You can even take Nnamdi Kanu's picture when he was arrested, how he looked, and how he's looking now, to see the difference in appearance alone. He already has patches and swellings all around his body. Which is more important now? Is it his life or the trial that you want to conduct? Do you try a dead man? So God forbid tomorrow we wake up and we hear, oh, this happened to him in DSS, where he is. Will we still continue the trial? Which comes first, the chicken or the egg? So what we are simply saying now is that if you just oppose that to what we are talking about, the genocide going on, you find out that the Nigerian government don't see anything in anybody's life as important. And if life is not important to anybody, what else can be important? Okay, because it's the life that I have now that I can be able to relate to you. If I don't have life today, can you talk to a dead person? Can you prosecute a dead person? So we are saying, Nesses, that even in the far north where these things are also happening, you find out that majority of those people, some of them are casualties, yes. Some of them are sheer, fact that they just didn't pay for whatever they have been asked to pay. But majority of the places in Kaduna, okay, that is in Kaduna State, and in Plateau State, and in Bauchi State, in Taraba, in Benue, Okay, Jonaba was talking about
and
of
Katsina too.
Agatu. Yes, and Katsina and Zamfara and Sokoto. Okay, you find out that most of those places become a change community after that. Jonaba was talking about. I did a story of Agatu where I agree that Agatu people are some of them are Muslims, but when they came, they didn't differentiate. They wanted the land. They took over the land. The people of Agatu are not even there till today. So what's going to happen? Who are the people occupying that state, that place now? They are Fulanis and their cows.
You know.
Okay.
KJ.
So
you see,
what I'm simply saying, Maji, is okay. And I know you are in a circle where you can influence things. So put a word for us. Life is more sacrosanct than any other thing anybody is thinking. Okay. And I think that if people like you who are leaders of the East, if you come out and I'm sure you can make a difference than some of us who are here. We can only talk on this platform. We don't have any other thing to do. Thank you so much, Mazi.
Thank you, KJ. You see, I like the things you said.
Rudolph.
Let me make this clear.
CM, hold on. Let me just finish. Okay.
KJ, thank you very much. You know, that's really civil, matured conversation here. Now, the things you have outlined here, most of the things are something that I've worked and I've looked into as well. You may not know, there is an organization called SAMBA, SAMBA, Southern and Middle Belt Alliance. I am one of the founders, we're two that founded that entity. At the peak, before the COVID and right into COVID, when this madness was at its peak, was when that entity, nobody knew how that operation, how it was ongoing. The former deputy CBN governor, Obida Melafia, Yimko Demakin, I used to, on a weekly basis, we used to speak to the leaders of the Middle Belt. I host those Zooms. I still have most of the recordings, but not for public consumption. So I'm not ignorant of what is happening. But if I take your words, you here mentioned that people are dying in Sokoto. You mentioned that people are dying in Agatu. People were killed in Agatu. And people are killed in, Benue, larger Benue, and Plateau. If you come to Plateau, Plateau is a mix. If you do not, for many people who do not in the 90s, late 80s, 90s, 2000s, who do not understand the conflict of the indigenous and the settlers that has its own, before this current madness of herdsmen invasion, right? What does that point to? Goodluck Jonathan is a Christian when Boko Haram was doing what they are doing. Would you then say that at the point Goodluck Jonathan was the president, that what was happening is genocide? Would a president who is a Christian want to force and supervise genocide? Just oppose that to what happened in Rwanda. I'll comfortably tell you, knowing Goodluck Jonathan, I know his flaws. I do not for one second, would think that he would want to exterminate any part of Nigeria. What then I think happens is that the government that he ran, certain security elements were incapable to deal with the threat that we have. Fast forward, Buhari came. Why this narrative gained traction was, one, Buhari is being viewed by Nigerians as a fundamentalist Muslim. And when this killing was happening, if you ask me, I've in so many occasions called him the most, when it comes to the security of the nation, he was the most, sorry, but in my view, a waste of space. He didn't care. He cared not. Dexter, I think your mic is on. He cared not about what was happening to his citizens. On the other hand, when it comes to southern Nigeria, if he wanted to act, he overreact. Do you know how many people that was under Buhari in his own state let's not reduce human life when we lose human life to whether that person worships through south or through north. Come to Kaduna. If you exclude southern Kaduna, Al-Zazaki, what happened to that sect? They are still Muslims, but Muslims of a different direction. What I'm saying is, if you take these states where we have this quantum killing, one, it is condemnable. Two, is what it then shows us is the failure of state to protect you and I. That when we formed SAMBA, Southern and Middle Belt Alliance, was when we thought the Southeast we will be overrun if we do nothing. What some of us did was, okay, Middle Belt people, let's come and form this alliance. Some of the things we did was, if we do not allow this fight to get to this, this madness, security challenges to get to the South, rather, let's support you to stop it in your own place so that it doesn't go, right? But in stopping it, there is not much you can do as a person, because the state that you have yielded your right to say, I am now I've given you my everything, please, we have this social contract, protect me. The state has failed to protect. Therefore, I begrudge no one who says that this is a systematic genocide. But in most cases, when genocide happened, if you go back to Rwanda, genocide happened with involvement of higher authority, which is the government. But in this case, my argument remains that I do not see that President Tinubu is, if Goodluck Jonathan was not involved, I will not speak for Buhari, because for me, he kept quiet when he should have spoken, that President Tinubu, even when I do not like him, that he is supporting or doing anything with genocide. What I maintain is that the inability of Goodluck's government, Buhari's government, and now President Tinubu's government to deal with those who are killing Nigerians decisively. If you and I, for instance, go to Sokoto now, the sheer number of those who are Muslims that are also being killed. Therefore, we reduce the argument of humanity when we want to, it's just that the politicians want to play karo with our brain. What is happening is that you and I are dying. Our mothers, our sisters, cut me, whether I'm a Muslim or Christian, it's the same blood that runs. That is what we must fight, and get this useless government to wake up and stop that they are killing Nigerians. We do not care who is killing Nigerians, and for whatever reasons they are killing Nigerians. That madness must stop. That is my point. But if we want to go on the trajectory that this is, genocide is only Christian, but it does not. I'll give you another example. When people are being kidnapped, they say, bandits are on the highway. How do they, or terrorists on the, how do they stop you? They shoot the car. They don't care if you are governor, if you are their head. They do not care. They will shoot that car until that car comes to an halt. If the driver is a Muslim, do they care? If the driver is a Christian, do they care? They just want to kidnap. So if we just reduce this to this conversation, for me, we're not doing justice to the lives that are being lost. That is so painful. You recall that in Agatu, we woke up January, in one day, 250 people. Tell me today, how many of those who engaged in that how many of those individuals do we have that are paying the price of killing those individuals? If you go back, you are telling me that every 250 people that were killed, they were all Christians. They were only selecting them. Are you a Muslim? No, then we'll kill you. Are you a Christian? Then no. It's just that when this madness comes, they come into a community. You understand it, my brother? You understand what's happening in the Middle Belt? Some of your leaders, some of these things you said, I have seen, there is a friend said 7 years he hasn't gone to his community, that his community has been renamed. 7 years. You know what it means? Southeast, we appreciate our ancestral homes. And I say this to my Southeast people. Imagine you are from, I don't know, let me use Rudolph's village. Imagine you're from Nobi, and some one useless thinking bunch of people come to your community, take over your community, renames Nobi now to Kafanchan Nobi or something like that. I don't know what it is. I mean, you can't go home. Why? You can't fight them. The reason why you can't go home is because you have a government, both state and federal, who are not able to. If genocide is happening in Benue, who do you think who is your governor of Benue State? Is it not a Reverend Father? Is it not him that should be demanding that he must see the Pope the next minute? The one that carry it on the head. Where is he? He only looks at people, oh, people don't come to my state if you do not have clearance. That's the type of nonsense he's talking. But his own people are dying every single day. The government, they all go to Abuja to go and share money. He's not saying anything, and people are dying. So my point, my brother, without really belaboring this conversation, is that we must all get angry at our government for not protecting us. My point is that we should not segregate it based on faith. The two Abrahamic religions that was imposed on us that were also foreign to us. In this death, those who are not Christians die too. Those who are not Muslims die too. Those who are animalists, those who worship nothing, they also die. Those who even believe in nothing, they still die. So let's not, these are human lives. Thank you very much. I yield.
All right. Thank you, Njenje, so much.
Dr. Damages.
No, nobody, please.
I want to ask Njenje a question.
No.
Okay, please.
Whenever I know. Let me say this. Whenever somebody makes a long speech like this, you just wait. You don't just come on. There are so many messages from everywhere. That's not the most important one. All right. 2 hours ago, I announced.
I thought it's my turn.
CM again. 2 hours ago, I announced that we were ending this show in 30 minutes. It's now 5 hours. There's a show that was supposed to start 2 hours ago, and they are waiting. So I really want to thank everybody.
Let's continue this. Let's continue this, please.
No.
Let's continue this.
Can that show go on independently?
Those that have not spoken, can they speak?
No.
You can sign
they can speak on the other. I know.
It's the same platform. You can go to the other platform and speak.
Yeah. It's not fair. It's not fair for forefathers. It's waiting there. So I really want to thank
you. Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
I want to thank everybody that joined today. Let me first thank those that supported us. We play about this, but these are very important. Ebi, thank you so much for your support. Real K, thank you so much. Nana Bush, thank you so much. Kulata, thank you so much.
Jesus Christ.
Kulata, thank you. Oscar Blackburn, thank you so much.
He's spending money. He's spending money. Kulata is spending money.
Thank you, Oscar Blackburn. Thank you so much.
It's drug money now, but money from Tinubu's cocaine. Is that what? Why you want to contaminate us with cocaine? What is the nonsense?
CM, please, can you hold on? One man went to more. Thank you so much. Nana Bash, thank you so much. Kulata, thank you. Constance, thank you. Who else? Kulata, thank you. So, and then on behalf of all the people who helped behind the scene, there were people who were sending me videos and sending me messages that I should remove. In fact, there are so many messages. How am I allowing CM to say these things on air? How am I allowing this person? So many. I'll thank everybody. Mazin Jenje, thank you so much. I really appreciate you coming here. I'll give you the last word. Let me thank KJ. Thank you so much. Jide, thank you. I know. I'm sorry, but there's another show you can join.
I know do
support.
You
say what?
I have some share in that thing that I saw on the screen.
Yeah, the red one.
Offering.
That supports diaspora voting. Thank you so much. And Ike, thank you. Masker, thank you. Dexter, thank you. CM, thank you. Constance, we appreciate you.
So
Njenje, last word.
No, please, Rudolph, please, just a second. Please, Rudolph, please, Lord, just a second.
Okay, CM.
It is not enough for somebody to condemn. It is not enough for somebody to condemn what I say. You should be looking at the chart. What right has Omale like Kulata to come and be writing what he's writing about me? What right has he got? What did I do to him? I came here to give my own opinion. He's there messing me up. What did I take his wife from him? If at all he has a wife, am I struggling to distribute cocaine for Tinubu with him? So what is his problem? You should ask him. This is what you should do, Rudolph. Otherwise, I accuse you of bias. What did I talk to him? He went to chat and started insulting me. What did I do to him? Now, when I reply, people will not take it that CM is talking. What did I do to the so-called Omale Kulata? What did I do to him that is writing rubbish on the column for me? What did I do? Let him tell me my offense. That's what I'm asking. What did I do? Tell me. Ask Kulata. What did I do to him? I'm not a transvestite like him.
Thank you, CM.
I'm not a transvestite. He is.
Let me point out that for the first time in a long time, we didn't have any moderator. So there was nobody moderating the comments. And I can be paying attention to what's happening on the panel and dealing with other things behind the scene and moderate the comments. I don't know what happened there. But I promise you that
he regard it. You can read through the Rudolph. Go through the comment. Go through the comment, you will see it. Something regard it. What did I do to him?
All right, CM, sorry.
So I can't exist because of Kulata.
CM, we'll look into that.
It's not CM,
Please look into it. And I will bring it up next week. I want you to look into the column. Okay. What did I do to him? Why? Why is he after me? Why is he after me?
CM, it's okay. Brother CM, take it easy. Just take it easy. Please, just hold your peace, please.
All right, CM.
We understand the way you feel, please, just take it easy.
Dr. Damages, I say good night, everyone. Thank you very much for having me. I really enjoyed myself. And let's, my last words to, people on the comment section, it does not hurt. Again, that's why some of you think and say that I am politically, political correct. I suffer from political correctness. Well, I tell you that it does not hurt to be nice to someone while you're putting your point across, especially those who have who made some comments that have led to this altercation. Please desist from it. That here this Rudolph has provided this platform for Nigerians and diasporans to come and exchange ideas. Let's just not run it down. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Finally, if next week you don't see me on this show, I was fired because I promised last week I won't go beyond 3 hours. Now I did 5 hours. So there are people who are higher than me on this platform, and people may not know that I have an executive producer. People think that in the media you are the ultimate because they said you are the owner, But anyway, thank you all for being here. I appreciate all of you that watched us, those on the comment section, those who came into the panel. It's not easy to come in here and be part of these conversations. And I thank everybody, those who helped me behind the scene, my executive director, the producers, and everybody. I appreciate all of you. Thank you, and we'll see you next week. AJ will host our 90 Minutes Africa tomorrow. So thank you, everybody. And thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Oh,